Hello and welcome to all. I hope you all are doing great and keeping healthy. Welcome to my channel Best Math. I am going to start with the grade 10 term 3 exam topics now. I apologize for the delay. Uh, you can see my voice is not 100%, but I'll try my best to get through it. I hope my voice recovers soon and I will anyways start doing the videos because your exams are coming near now. I am Justin D'Souza, your math teacher, and if you have not yet subscribed to my channel, I request you please do subscribe, hit that subscribe button, and do like my videos and share it with your friends who can benefit from it. Before I start with the first video for the exam topic, I will quickly run through the exam scheme. Here you can see there are three parts, part 1, part 2, and part 3. Part 1 and Part 2 each contain 10 questions, but the Part 1 is just 3 marks each, whereas the Part 2 is 5 marks each. And the writing part, the Part 3, is, it can be up to 5 to 8 marks each, the writing part. And all the questions over here must be written in detail in all the steps. I will make sure that I will include all the videos for each type of questions. The two bonus questions can be anything of the topic, anything of the objectives. The objectives which have gone throughout the year. Now, these are all the part A. These are the part 1, part 2, and the part 3. Now, if you're looking for the bonus questions, you can check in the playlist. There are videos which are made for individual lessons. You can try watching them. Any objective from throughout the scheme of work can be asked over there. Please stay tuned to this channel because I will be uploading the videos as soon as possible and whenever I can. So please do be patient and hit the subscribe button so that you will know when and where I post the videos. And all the best for your exams. Please refer these videos and practice more and more by yourself. Do practice a lot. All the best to your students. The first topic is to graph and analyze polynomial functions. Here they have asked you to talk about the end behavior. They have given an equation that is negative 2x cubed. You need to find the leading coefficient, degree, and state the domain and range. It's pretty simple. It might be so many things, but this is the basics of overall graphing. Like you should know all these. Now, one by one, what is the leading coefficient? So by analyzing, you can leading coefficient is whatever is at the beginning. Now, some students do mistake this to be only 2. So don't forget it. Whatever the sign is there, that also must be included. It is a equals minus 2. So make sure you even include the negative sign, negative 2. Then the sign is negative. It's a why this is required, because this graph changes its position. And then we have the degree. So what is the degree? That is the power, the highest power basically. Over here there's only 1, so we write it as 3. And this is odd. This is also very important. If it is odd, the graph will be either like this or like this. Whereas it's an even, it is a parabola. Okay, it'll be up or down depending on positive or negative values. So this is basic. And now over here, this is the graph. I'll tell you why this is the graph. The general form of a cubic, that is x to the power 3 or x to the power 5 or x to the power 7 odd function graphs over 3 would be right side would go up, left side would go down. This is the function. But this is for positive x cube. Now here, since it is negative, all you need to do is swap these. Instead of right side, it will go left side. Instead of left down, it will go right down. That is it. So this is how you get the function. This is the most important thing you must know. That's it. Now, once you know this graph, see where it is going on. Always the odd functions, if they have not restricted the domain, it's always all real numbers. Because see, as x tends to negative infinity, that means over here, as it goes to negative infinity, the graph keeps on moving, right? It'll go, where's the y value? Y is also denoted as f of x. That is going up to infinity. Similarly, as we go on to positive infinity in the x, it goes on to negative infinity, minus infinity. So these are the n behaviors. And then the domain is all real numbers and range is also all real numbers for a cubic graph. So that's it. Now similarly, do pause the video now, solve them by yourselves and then check the answers. Don't directly jump to the answers. As you can see over here, let me just quickly jump through few. Here you can see the degree is 4, degree is always highest power, the degree is 5 here, degree is 7, and so on. Now, what about this? Leading coefficient in this case, the highest degree is coefficient, that is -5. Here the leading coefficient would be 8, and so on. Now, let me just see other thing. Now, one more thing is whether it is a polynomial or not. This is another important thing. Whenever you have negative power or it is a fraction like this, it is not a polynomial. It's always greater than or equal to 0. If it's a 0, then it's just a constant. Say, now we don't have an example over here, but it's fine. But it's always greater than or equal to 0. So what it means is this is a polynomial, x cubed plus 3. Okay. Now, if it is having any negative power or it's a fraction means it's negative power itself when you bring it up, so they are not polynomial equations. So this is not a polynomial because there's negative exponent. This is also not a polynomial. Why? Because there's a negative exponent. Now what about these? You have to employ the method of FOIL, which you have studied in your lessons, where you need to multiply. You need to multiply this with this, this with this, then this with this, and this with this, and then you will get the answer. The degree over here, since x and x is there, it will be x squared, and the leading coefficient would be -2 times 3, that is -6. And that is a parabola, so you can find the domain and everything. So now over here, I'll just quickly go through few of the problems, degree and leading coefficient. Say, for example, this one. You can see the degree is power 5. That's the highest. So that is the degree. And leading coefficient is also 5. Now, since it's an odd number, we know, and it's positive over here, the graph will be something like this and like this. So the domain and range is all real numbers. As x over here starts from negative infinity, the you can see over here the graph is going towards negative infinity. And as it is going towards positive infinity, it is also going towards positive infinity. So that is the thing. Similarly, what about, say, I'll just randomly choose this. This is not a polynomial equation. I choose this one over here. Degree is 7 and the leading coefficient is -5. Degree is 7, leading coefficient is -5. Again, it is odd, but it's negative, so it goes like this, up and down. So as x is negative infinity, the y is positive infinity, and x is positive infinity, y is negative infinity. This is how you can solve it easily. Please go through the problems, and over here we have to describe the end behaviors where the graph is given. Now we just look at the graph. As x is towards, it starts with positive infinity, it's up to you. You should just see the 4 options, that's the main thing. Now here, as it is positive infinity, the y value, it's negative. Say negative infinity. And as x goes to the left side, that is negative infinity, y is positive infinity. And now we need to check what is the degree and the coefficient. Now this is a cubic graph. This is a cubic graph. So what do we do is, think when you look at this, you must understand this is a cubic graph. Cubic graph is up and down. But since it is the other side, it is like this, left and right, that means it has a negative leading coefficient. It starts with, say, -2 or -5, x cubed. That would be this graph. I mean, it's not accurate. There is plus or minus, something, or it might be x -2 the whole square, something like that. It varies, but in general, we are just telling leading coefficient is negative, and the degree is 3, and the end behavior. That's it for the first topic. Please do, solve these problems by yourself and then check the answers. The second exam topic is again similar to the first one. Here we need to graph and analyze power functions. It is just like the previous one. We will look into this. Now over here, you have been given a function. Function might vary. you must look into the degree, the sign, the leading coefficient, and then when you graph the basics of it, you will understand the domain and the range. Now over here, you will analyze the given function. The leading coefficient is -10. Over here, don't forget the negative symbol as well. And then the sign of this is negative. And then the degree, that is the highest power, is 6. Now this is even. Even means it's a parabola. It'll be either like this if it was positive, it's like this if it's negative. If it was cubic, then it's like this if it's positive, it will decrease if it's negative. So this is the thing. Now, based on this function, we can understand now, okay, you need to know the graph. Here it's negative, and you don't need to draw the exact graph, you know it'll go something like this. So what is the graph? It's going downwards, it's opening downwards. So it doesn't matter what, your f of x value will be negative both the times. Whereas when x is negative infinity, it is going downwards, minus infinity. Even when it is increasing, also it is going downwards, that is negative infinity. That is what it says. X, as it goes to minus infinity, f of x is minus infinity. As x goes to positive infinity, f of x is negative infinity. That's it. And then over here, domain, it's all real numbers, but the range, as we just now saw over here, is all numbers less than y equals to 0, less than or equal to 0. Why? Because there is no part of the graph that's going upwards. So this is the thing about parabola. So that's the thing. This would be the graph, basic of the graph. Now you can see all the values are below. This is the thing. Now we will see some more functions. One more thing I want to recall over here is, see, over here they have just put minus. It can be 10, or you can see the problems 2, 3, 4. It's fine unless and until there is something added or subtracted. This won't change, and your first two exam topics is mainly dealing with just this, so it doesn't make much of a difference. So it's fine. You should just know the basics of the graph, when it will change into positive, negative, and so on. So in this you need to graph in this problems, or they've just asked for the domain and range. So it's very simple. If you know the basics of the graph, that is more than enough. Over here, this is again a parabola. So it's positive. If it's a positive parabola, it just opens upwards. So minus infinity or plus infinity, as x tends to minus infinity or plus infinity, f of x is always positive infinity. Whereas the domain is all real numbers, range is all numbers greater than or equal to 0. Why? Because it starts from here now. So 0 to positive infinity. Now the next one over here you can see is a cubic, but it's -2, so it will be just like what we had seen just a while ago. Now this one, don't worry if it's -half. Fraction doesn't matter, the graph will remain the same. Since it's an odd function and it's negative, left side will open upwards, and then if this is the x and y axis, this side will go downwards. So now over here, as x tends to minus infinity, the f of x value goes to positive infinity. And as x tends to positive infinity, that means that when it's going to the right side, where is the graph going? To negative infinity. I hope this is thorough by now. And the domain is, we can see, all real numbers, and range is also all real numbers, because the graph will extend towards both the sides. Here again we have positive parabola, just like this. It's the same thing. Now that's over here we have two more functions. It's an again very simple one. Over here they have to roll to graph. We can easily graph them. Over here it's a parabola. You can graph it and you can tell what's the domain and range. And over here we have a cubic. For whenever the power is cubed, the range and the domain is always all real numbers. So you don't have to worry if it's x to the power 3. Doesn't matter what is there at the right side. It's always up to infinity. So this is the thing. And now one more thing before I finish this video. Over here, it may not be asked, but if it is asked x to the power square plus 2. Imagine there is plus 2, then remember this point will shift up by 2 units. So this graph would be something like this from here, the base. So the range would have been, because the graph is something like this, the range would have been from 2 comma infinity. and this big bracket is for the number because that is included, 0 is included, whereas infinity is never included. It's always just a normal bracket. Now in case we had, say, x squared minus 3, then over here you would have to, sorry, down, it's positive x squared, so it'll be over here, it would start and it would go something like this. Whereas if it would have been minus x squared minus 3, then it would be like this. So please remember that, and then based on that you can write the domain and range. The topic 3 is to again use table and graph. In the previous two topics, graphing was not compulsory. You had to know what is the end behaviors or the leading coefficients or the degrees. But here you can see the question is just not x cubed, not only with the degree term. You have many other terms. You need to graph this, and the only method, the best method, is by the table method. So now over here, then you need to check for the relative minima or maxima. So what you have to do is make a table. So what does this mean? It's very simple. You need to just assume x values. Since we know over here it is x to the power 3, it's a cubic graph, and we know the cubic graph, when it's positive it goes upwards and downwards, something like this. Now you have to assume the domain, take some random x values. Okay, just take some x values in the negative side and the positive side, and you will get an understanding of how the graph shapes out. That's what you're trying to do over here now. That's why, how would you do this? This is very simple. You are to just put the f of x as minus 4 and then solve it. Instead of x, it will be minus 4 the whole cube plus minus 4 the whole square minus 5 times minus 4 minus 2. Okay, for one value it's fine. It's easy. It's not easy. It takes time, but it's going to take a long time to do all these values, isn't it? Isn't there any other method? So let me just do this one situation over here. It's minus 4. Then you have to just put it cube plus again minus 4 square minus over here 5 times again minus 4. Use the bracket when it's negative numbers. Lastly, we have minus 2. The answer, okay, I've missed something. Now, it's minus 4 cube minus 4 square. I have written plus, it is minus over here, which I forgot. So this is the correct answer. Be careful as well when you type in the equation. Now over here you can see the answer is minus 30, but what will you do for the other values? It's very insane. I mean, it's an onerous task to keep on changing. So there's a shortcut method. For your exams, do this. There are plenty of shortcuts. To make a table, you can use your calculator. More and 7 tells you it's stable. Okay, let's figure out what it is. All you need to do is you need to type this equation in the function, that is f of x, right? Let's type it out. What is x? It is alpha x, so the power 3 plus alpha x again, square, minus 5x minus 2. You're just typing this as it is. Now, let me press equal to. Is there another function? No, we are just dealing with one function. We have to just graph one particular function, so it's fine. We will just press equal to. Don't type anything over here. Now, where do you want to start? Do you want to start from 0, 1, 2? Let us start from, say, a negative value. I'll start from minus 5. Okay, because they're going to compute it, so you can take any number of values. It doesn't matter. Okay, where do you want to end? Let me choose 5 as the ending point. I can type it as 5. And what is the step? Step means what jumps do you give between the values? If I put 2 over here, I started with minus 5, next one will be minus 3, minus 1. 2 numbers will be jumped. But the one, let's give a step of 1 itself. So it'll be minus 4, minus 3, minus 2, and so on. So let me give it as 1. And here you are, the table. Over here, the negative 5 is not there, but it is minus 77. The negative 4 is negative 30. Minus 3 is minus 5, and you can see all the values are just obtained in this table. Up till 5 over here, we have the values. If you have these values, since this is just MCQ, you can easily compare and check the graph. You can say, let's take any point 0, it is minus 2, yes. Let me take 1. 1 is negative 5. Absolutely. 2 is 0. Yes. Minus 1 is 3. Let me check. Yes. All the values correspond. So there'll be only one graph in your answer, which will be the correct graph. So you can easily find it out. And what about the extrema and local maxima and minima? Over here, the relative maxima is at between -2 and -1. You can see it somewhere over here. So that's the thing. Over here, it is given over here near to -2. And over here, what about the maxima? It is at +1. I'm sorry, minima. Relative minima is at -1. That's it. That's how we can solve it. There is one more method. That's another shortcut method. Since generally these are your answers, obviously you can put this in the calculator and graph it. I'll just do it again if you have missed it. All you need to do is mod 7 and type in the equation alpha x cube minus 3 alpha x. Oh, sorry, say look, make sure you're typing it accurately and properly. Double check your equation after you type it. And now press equal to. There's nothing over here, just press equal to. I want to start it from say -5. We are -3 or -4 is also enough, and then end at 4 itself. And now the step was 1. I'm getting the values. You can see they are all the same values. um, there is value which is differing. Let me just check. Okay, this is the correct values. Now over here there is an error. That is at -2 we need to have -1. Please note that there's a small error over here. Let us check it in the graph, where the graph is also erroneous. At -2, yes, you can see at -2 it's a little bit down. Okay, it's just at the border, so just make note. But whatever you write in the calculator will always be right. They compute it automatically, and you can just check the answer. So now there is one more method to check the graph if they have asked the graph. Now you can just take any value. Take any value. I'll choose 0. Now once you choose that value as 0, you need to substitute x as 0 in this equation. This becomes 0. This becomes 0. What's the answer? 1. So when x is 0, it should be 1. Yes, that corresponds. Let me take 1 as x value. So what do I do? Here, all I need to do is instead of x, it's 1. 1 cube minus 3 into 1 plus 1. And what is the answer? It is -1. So at 1, it was -1. Yes, absolutely right. So when you check 2 or 3 points, you can easily eliminate all the other options and you will be remaining with only one graph. So this is another direct method. And now what is there over here? The zeros are the values which are the x-intercept values. Now look over here. At -2 there is a 0. Okay. It's approximate. Sorry, it's not exactly right. It's approximate. See, it's between -2 and -1. So that's the thing. And there is one more 0 at 0 to 1, and at 1 to 2. So we are just approximating for now. In this third problem, it's just approximation. This is another 0. You're not exactly telling which is the point because we cannot. We just give approximate. And then over here, the relative maximum is over here at -1, whereas the relative minimum is at 1. And then domain and range, as we had seen in the previous topic, it's all real numbers for cubic. Similarly, please do try and solve the others as well. It's very straightforward. Just make sure you put everything correctly in the calculator and you can easily solve them up. And once you know the graph, which is the correct graph, you can easily write the relative minima, maxima, and the domains and everything. So now, okay, I will just tell you what's the difference between absolute maxima and relative maxima. So now if there is a graph like this, say for example, okay, now whatever, forget about the endpoints, we're dealing with the relative or absolute maxima. Now this is a maximum point and this is also a maximum point, right? This is the absolute maximum point because there is no part of the graph that's going above this. You can see this is the topmost point in the graph and there is no more point that goes above it. Usually we will have in a parabola, this is the absolute maxima. But now this one is also maxima, we call it relative maxima. Here as well, you can see that this is a maximum point, but there is a part of graph which is going to infinity. That means it's bigger than that. So we generally call it relative maxima or relative minima in this case, when the domain extends towards infinity. So similarly, please do try to solve these problems by yourself and then check the answers. I hope it is clear. If you have any doubts, do put them in the comment section. And I hope you can understand me properly because my voice is kind of gone since the past few days. Um, I'm trying my best, so I hope it's audible and you're understanding. If you have any doubts, just put them in the comment section. I'll get back to you as soon as possible. So please go through them and then check out the answers. These are all the answers. They're very straightforward. If you understand one concept, you're just translating the same concept to the others. Okay, let me just go through this one over here quickly. You might know this is a piecewise equation. There are three different pieces. There are three different pieces of the equation. So the domain and range, if you graph this, you're going to get this. Now over here, you can carefully see it's x squared. X squared means it's a parabola, but they have told the domain is restricted for less than or equal to -4. So it is just over here. It can't be anything below that. Why? Because only less than or equal to -4 values are included. Whereas if it's a phi, it's a constant line, linear line at -4 to 0. Okay, that's why it's the line. What about the cubic? It's only greater than 0. It's positive, so it will go upside greater than 0, and it's only that much. Now, what is the domain, range, and all the other things? Now, over here you can see the domain is obviously all real numbers. It's extending everywhere. But what about the range? Range is all possible numbers above 0. Now, there's one more thing which you need to note. It's from 0 and it's only greater than 0. 0 is not included, but over here 0 is included, right? Can you see? X is less than or equal to 0, so 0 is included, and even -4 is included, though it's not included over here. Here it's included. Because of these signs, we can make sure they're all real numbers. Okay, though it's straight everywhere, it is included. Now range is all positive numbers because there's nothing over here which is going beyond x less than less than x-axis. Relative minima and relative maxima. Now over here there are two relative minimum points which you can see. One is over here. See, it's stopped. This is one relative minima. Why? Because it's added. And then over here is another relative minima, because you can see this is the turning point. So there are two relative minima. It's at -4 and 16, and x is at 0. Okay, and then we have end behaviors. That is, as it goes towards negative infinity, what happens? The y value is going to positive infinity, and even if your x values are going to positive infinity, that is to the right side of the x-axis, the y is going to positive infinity itself. And now, are there any x-intercepts? You might think this is 0, right? But wrong. Why? Because it's not included. See, this is not included. It's only greater than 0. So you start with, say, 0.001. It'll be tiniest point, just more than 0. Whereas this over here is including 0, but still it's not touching the x-axis. It's just over here, right? It touches the y-axis. So the y-intercept you can say is as 4 because it's touching the y-intercept. Over here, you cannot tell this is at 0. This is not the x-intercept. There is no x-intercept. Whereas y-intercept is only at 5 because this is not touching. And this is not at all symmetrical because nothing is matching. So now there's an easy way. If you can see all the 4 options and then look into the questions, and then you can easily deduce the correct answer. So even if you do not know any answer, don't panic. Look into the all 4 options. Go check each and every option and see what it means. Compare it to the question, and then you can eliminate few options, and then you can get the correct answer. So that is the end of the third topic. We will continue the next topic in the next section. In this topic, we need to solve the polynomial equation to quadratic form. Like, we need to reduce it to quadratic form. Now, if you're thinking, what's going on? It's such a huge term. How do we write in quadratic? Let me write the quadratic form first. This is the standard form: ax squared plus bx plus c Now this doesn't look like square and x, no. But now I'll just tell you, if I write x to the power 10 is equal to u, what's going to happen? X to the power 20 can be written as x to the power 10 into x to the power 10, and this is basically u into u, that is u squared, right? So if I assume x to the power 10 as u, I can write it as 4u squared plus 6u plus 15. Now don't you think, sorry for that bad crooked 15, don't you think now this is a quadratic form? It is 4u squared plus 6u plus 15. It's a quadratic form. Now this is the thing, but we need to factor it out. We need to reduce it as much as possible. Now we will see over here. This one can be easily written as this. How do we write it? It's very simple. Now over here, when you look at this first term, okay, there's one more thing. Since you have this in MCQs, you will have four options. This is in part 1 or part 2. If any question comes, you'll have four options, right? So easily you can expand them. Now let me just expand this over here. It'll be 4. 2 squared is 4. X to the power 20. And 3 into 2. 3 into 2 is 6. That's plus 6. X to the power 10 plus 15. Now this must match the given question. Yes, it's the same thing. This is the easiest way, but how to solve it is also very easy. First, look into these powers. Yes, I can reduce them as x to the power 10. Okay. But now if you look closely, this can be written as 2 square. 4 is 2 square. So how about I write 2x to the power 10 the whole square plus. Now if I've written this this term as 2x power 10, I need to write 2 over here as well. Okay. So now these two terms are same. This is like x squared plus x. But there's some coefficient behind this. What is that? 6 times 2 is 3. Yes, sorry. 2 times 3 is 6, because we need to have the 6, or you can just divide it by 6 divided by 2 is 3. So we need to write 3 outside the bracket. Now these two terms must be plus 15. This constant doesn't matter. So this is your answer. Now it's C basically. X squared, x and C. Sorry for my voice. Now that's the answer over here. Just remember, when you square it over here, you're gonna get the question. Now we will see one more problem. Now look at this problem carefully. If you see closely, it's x to the power 6 and x squared. Do you think you can reduce this as quadratic? It's not possible. If this was 3, yes, I can write this as x to the power 3 the whole square or something. This can be written, but now no, it's not possible, because they are, it's not you can't write it in terms of squares. See, this must be x squared, so you must write x squared the whole square, which is not possible. In the previous one we wrote x power 10 and x power 10 the whole square, right? We can't reduce it, so this cannot be written in quadratic form. Same way, do solve these questions by yourself and then check the answers. There's one more method which I told you initially to check the shortcut method. All you need to do is solve this. Now, for example, negative 15 is outside, x to the power 4. Simplify this. 18 over here, x squared minus 4. Yes, this is correct. It's the same as question. Now, over here, looking at this, it's not possible. Very easy to say. Now, what about this? Let's write 4 outside. 2 squared is again 4 into 4. And x to the power 5 and 2, it will be 10. Plus 1 times 2 is 2. X to the power 5 plus 6. Now, when we simplify, this will be 16. Yes, that's the question. Now, over here, 3 squared is 9. X to the power 4 times 2 is 8. Minus 7 times 3 is 21. X power 4 plus 12. Yes, that's the same as question. You can easily solve them up. Compare it with your questions. You will easily get the answer. Now over here, they have asked us to solve these. How you can solve them is similarly, just like what we had done a while ago. But now there's a special thing over here. You can't directly solve them in calculator, isn't it? Same step what we did just now. This can be written as I will tell you one thing. Instead of x, just take it as u, sorry, I'll write over here, u is equal to x squared, okay? So now u is x squared, so this is u squared minus 3u minus 10. Now this can be put in the calculator and solved because it's a quadratic form. So all you're doing is over here, you just use the calculator now and simplify. Okay, okay, brilliant. Now over here, this is u squared minus 3u minus 10 more phi 3. This is the quadratic form. To solve quadratic form, you have to just put the coefficients 1 minus 3 minus 10. Same way you can do the same thing for other problems, but only thing over here is, you see, this is the standard form, equal 0 must be on the other side, everywhere is the same. So you need to just put u is equal to x squared. You can see everywhere it will work the same. Now what's the answer? I got x is equal to x1 is equal to 5. Now what about the next one? Minus 2. But is this correct? Sorry, I have to write u over here because I've assumed it as u. I've taken it as u. Sorry for that. Oh, I'm missing many things. Okay, this is the thing now. Now, what next? Look carefully. Your answer for this is true, but u is not the answer. U is equal to x squared, isn't it? So now, over here, you have substituted. Look over here. You have substituted 1, minus 3, and minus 10. Okay, that's fine. This is minus 3. You can see up over here. So now you need to substitute this as x squared equals 5. So now what is the answer for x squared equals 5? X will be equal to plus or minus root 5. And what about over here? X squared equals negative 2. Whenever you have negative 2, it will be root of negative 2, which is not possible. You have an imaginary number. So x is equal to negative 1 root and negative 2. So this will be plus or minus I. So basically the answer is root 2 plus or minus root 2i. So this would be the answer. The answers are 4 over here. It'll be, you can see the answer over here. It's plus or minus root 5 and plus or minus I root 2 or 2 root 2i. Let me solve one more the same method. Let me take this for example. Now over here we always have to reduce it as much as possible. Now when I look over here, I can see 9 is a perfect square, so I can write 3x squared. So let me assume u to be 3x squared. So now can I simplify this? Yes, you can write it as 3x squared. Sorry, let me write it as u squared. Why? Because if I square this entire thing, I'm gonna get 9x to the power 4. So this is equivalent to squaring it. So looking at this, it's a perfect square. Yes. So I can write 3x. Okay, now only thing is I have written in the quadratic form, which we did in the last section. Now, what is the next thing? I need to split this into 3x squared. And so basically divide 27 by 3, you will get 9u. How do you understand this? It's very simple. You have assumed 3x squared as u from this. You have to just transfer the same thing over here. But remember, whatever the number is, they divide 27 by that, because we can write 9 into 3x squared now. Okay, when you multiply this, it's going to be 27x squared. So that's why I've written it like this. And then lastly, we have 20. This is a constant, it does not matter. Now, more phi 3, substitute these values. What is before u square? That's 1 minus 9 then. Why? Because before u it's minus 9. And lastly, we have 20. What are the answers? U is equal to phi, and we have u is equal to 4. Only two answers, x1 and x2. U is 5 and u is 4. So let me write it properly. U is 5, u is 4. Sorry for that. U is 4 over here. And all you need to do is, what is u? You assumed u to be over here. Sorry, I've already written it. 3x squared, right? So now write 3x squared equals 5 and simplify this. I'll do it over here. Now it'll be x, take this 3 to the other side. It's going to be x squared equals 5 by 3. Now if you have to remove the square root, square on both the sides. So the answer will be root 5 by 3. Plus or minus is important. And over here as well, it will be 3x squared equals 4, or x would be equal to square root 4 by 3 plus or minus over here. Because always when we have square root or even roots, we are even radical powers, even radical symbols, it is always plus or minus. So that would be the answer. You can see it is okay. Now what they have done is they have just removed it. That's fine. But this is the same answer over here. You can write this as, you can simplify it. Now I will show you how it is done, simplification. One of the easiest way to simplify is just go to mode 1, write root 4 divided by 3, and you will get the simplification. Okay, so this is the thing. Or if I just change it to 5, I'll also directly get it simplified. Now what happens is generally they don't write everything in cube root. They will try to remove common terms out. So how they do over here is basically, now this is 5, so they multiply 5 up and down. So you're not doing anything. It's multiplying 5 up and down, and this will be 3 squared, which can be removed out, or you can remove the cube root, and over here up only cube root remains for 15. So that's the thing. But if it's confusing, don't worry. All you need to do is, from what we had got, sorry, I'll just go back. Whatever we got, just substitute in the calculator, you will get the answer. But always remember there is plus or minus, and since there is x to the power 4, there are 4 roots. And whenever you get a negative sign, there is no negative sign over here, we didn't find any, so it is just plus or minus numbers. Wherever there was a negative sign inside square root, whereas over here or over here, you must write I outside. So this is it. Please try solving it by yourself and then check the answers. The fifth topic is on synthetic substitution. It's similar to division, but it's very simpler. So what happens is, we will come across synthetic division in the future stage, where it's a particular method to divide polynomials with binomial. So only if there is a binomial. Binomial is like this, x plus 2 or x minus 2 or something like this. You're dividing a polynomial with this, then it's possible to do synthetic substitution. Now over here, you do not need to do that for now. All you need to see is what have they given. You have to do synthetic substitution to find f of 2. It's basically finding the function of x at the term 2, in the sense, instead of x you're just putting 2 and solving. So this is one of the most easy and basic problem. All you need to do over here is, wherever is the equation, instead of the function, put 2 first. It will be 2 squared plus 6 multiplied by 2. You do not need to use the brackets for positive, but I'm using the brackets now because I have to use even minus 1, right? So then plus 5. And always using brackets is a good adequate. It'll make it much easier and clearer when you're substituting. Now press equal to, your answer is 21. But that is f of 2. What's the another answer? You need to find for f of 1. So negative 1, that is over here, minus 1. And over here to be minus 1, and that's the answer, 21 and 0. Same way you can solve all these problems. It doesn't matter if they are big or small. Now here, let me do a big one. This one, it's just going to take time. There's nothing else over here. I'll keep minus 1 as it is for now. I'll solve this first. To the power 6, then we have minus 2. So it's minus 2 into minus 1, the whole power 5. And then we have x to the power 4, that is minus 1 to the power 4, plus again minus 1 to the power 3 minus 9 to the power to the x to the power minus 2 minus 1 to the power 2, and lastly we have negative 20. One thing I want to remind you is whenever you have such a big problem, do double check your question, because it's very easy to go wrong somewhere in the middle. Okay, it's correct. And if you want, you can avoid this two signs, multiplication sign, sorry, because it'll give you the same answer. If you use the bracket, it'll be multiplied. And over here it's plus x to the power 4 plus x to the power 3 minus 9. Over here I can remove this as well, or you can keep it. It's up to you, whichever makes it simple or easy for you. Press equal to, the answer is negative 26. Remember, I did minus 2. All I need to do is change this to 2 and I will get the next answer. I will just do it because it's already typed. Once you type one of the term, the other term is just very easy. Just you have to change it over here. So make sure you properly input the values. The entire equation must be accurate. Now I just missed the bracket. Okay, 2. And lastly it's minus 20 and the answer. Okay, I have done some mistake. So now let me just go back and check. It's very crucial to put each and every term correctly. Now let me check what is the mistake I have done over here. So you can see I have put minus 2 over here, minus 2 to the power 5. The negative remains when it's odd powers. See, this is, again, it's good that it happened. Now please do not repeat the mistake which I just now did in the exam. It's very easy to go wrong. Please double check your equation once you have typed it all in, and then you will get the right answer. So this is it. It's a very simple and very basic type of problem. All you have to do is synthetic substitution, means whatever is given, you need to substitute. That's basically the remainder, which we'll learn a bit more in the coming topics. Hello all, we move on to the sixth topic. This is a bit lengthy topic. It's not that easy and it's not that difficult as well. You need more practice for this topic. Once you practice, it'll be very easy. Now here they have asked you to find the number and type of roots. There is twofold of the problems. The first type is one method and the second type is one more method. We will look into both of them. They've asked to solve x to the power 4 plus 49x squared equals 0. Let me directly go into the topic now to solve the problem. Here, you need to simplify this. This is the original equation. All you need to take is remove common terms out. You can see x to the power 2 is common. Remove it out. You're remaining with x squared plus 49. Now, what this means is you're multiplying two terms, isn't it? And the answer is 0. When does this happen? So now imagine your answer is 0. You're multiplying a number with some other number. So say I multiply 7 with which number will give me 0? Obviously it must be 0. Or it can be 0 multiplied by some other number, 8. The answer will be 0. So here what we are trying to imply is either this or this number is 0. So we need to equate them both as 0. So either this term or the inside term must be equal to 0. So now that is the zero product property. We solve this, take the square root on both the sides at 0. Over here, you can use the calculator by mod phi 3. Let's do that. You can use mod phi and 3 and solve it up. It's 1. There is no x term, so it's 0. And then the last term is 49. Or you can just take this 49 to the other side. It'll be x squared equals negative 49. Square root on both the sides would mean x equals, that root negative sign will be I plus or minus 7. Sorry, not root 49, it's 7. So this would be the answer. But even in the calculator, it will give you the same thing, 7i and minus 7i, because it's plus or minus, isn't it? So you will get the same answer over here. You can simplify plus or minus 7i. Now, when I wrote it, I wrote plus or minus. I was separate because but remember, this is multiplication over here. I should have written it over here, or I should have put this. This is the correct way to write it. Now over here, what we need to do is state the number and the type of roots. So here the degree is what? 4. So 4 degree means there must be 4 roots or 4 solutions, 4 answers. So now how many answers did we find? We found plus or minus 7i. That is 2 over here. That is plus 7i minus 7i. And there's only 1 0, right? That means here this is having it's multiplicity of 2. That means this is double root basically, because you found out these two. Okay, here since it might have touched like this, exactly, we consider that as double root. Basically you're repeating this 2 times. So there are two real roots, or the root is repeated, we can say. That is 0 and 0. And then there are 2 imaginary roots because it is power 4. If it was power 3, it was just 3 roots. Okay, fine. But since it's power 4, we know that there will be 4. But since this is repeated twice, we have 2 of this and this. And remember, the imaginary number will always be in pairs. It will be plus or minus 7i or 2i. It will be plus or minus. So always it happens. Now let us see these problems. These are pretty straightforward. You can try solving them by yourselves. This is a linear function. You can just take it to the other side and solve. Negative 12 by 5. It's just one real root. Now if it's, we will just go through these, few of them. If it is x to the power 2, it's straight in calculator. Let me just recall. Mod phi 3. How do we solve? 1, minus 4, and 40. Very straightforward. Over here we have got plus 2 plus 6i, 2 minus 6i. These are the 2 imaginary roots. Now similarly you can do all the 2. I will do 3 as well to the power 3, and then I'll come to this 4 and 5. So over here, let me see this one. So for example, then you have to go more 5 and then 4. That gives you cubic solving. Now here is 1 minus 6, 7, and there is no constant, it's 0. So the answers are 3 plus or minus root I, then 0. Now over here you must know there is 2 times, wait, let me just double check it. Now this is the root. Let me just see what mistake did I do. It's 1 minus 6, 7, and 0. Yes, it's all right. It's 3, that is 3 plus root 2. Okay, 3 minus root 2. Yeah, it's 0. Sorry, my bad. I was thinking there are 4 roots. This is the correct answers. Whatever we got, there's no problem at all. There are 3 real roots. Okay, whenever you must always look at this. I just got confused because the last problem which we solved had 4, right? So I in my mind I was thinking there are 4 roots, but look at this, which is the degree. It is power 3. There are 3 roots then. So if it is power 2, there are 2 roots only. Now let us look at the 4, which we have already done before. If you're thinking about the 4, just see the beginning of the video. We have done this. Similarly, you can solve it. You can take the common term, or you can take the common numbers and simplify it. You need to equate 2 things. But what about this 5? That is also the same thing. Now over here, you can simplify this. First, you need to remove common term. That is x to the power 3 is common. What is remaining? X squared plus, over here there is 4 equals 0. So now this will be equal to 0, or this will be equal to 0. So now equate x cubed equal to 0. What is the answer? X is equal to 0. But how many roots are there? It is not 2 repeated, it's 3. Now it's 1, 2, 3 zeros. Why? Because x cube is 0. We are getting 0, yes, but there are supposed to be 3 real roots. Okay, 3 real roots which are 0. Now the remaining term can be solved in the calculator. Mod phi and 3. Over here you need to put the coefficients. 1, there is no x term, and 4, you will get 2i and minus 2i. So plus or minus 2i, that's 2 imaginary roots. Similarly, we can solve the others. Please do try it by solving yourselves. Now if you're thinking over here, what's going to happen? See, here you need to remove x common out, and then you need to solve. It will be x to the power 4 minus 8x squared plus 16. Now if you're thinking how to solve this, You need to remember the problem which we had solved in the previous videos. We had done it in the quadratic form. You need to employ that. So over here it will be x. You can do u substitution. Consider u as x squared, and then it will be u squared minus 8u plus 16. And now you can easily solve it up. What do you have to do? You need to put this in the calculator, simplify, solve, and you will get the answer. So this is how we can try them all. This will be equal to 0, and these, don't forget, whatever the answer you get needs to be solved again as x squared and then simplify it. So please do try them by yourselves, all of these problems, and then check the answers. All the answers are over here. Now we will go to the next type where we use Descartes' rule. Now this is not Descartes, it's a Descartes. It's a French name, I believe. It's pronounced Descartes. In English, generally, it's pronounced as Descartes. Anyways, now what this mathematician did was, he told if you have any equation, if you do few steps, you can understand how many maximum real roots or imaginary roots can be possible. So this was wonderful. Let's see how. Now now this is a big equation, right? X to the power 5. You must do this method. That's the thing. There are no proper shortcuts, because the shortcuts may not work all the time, so you cannot bank on them. So it is better you be thorough with this method. Don't try for the shortcuts in this. Now we find the possible positive real zeros, right? So now first of all, you need to count the sign changing. How many times it changes its sign? It's positive at the beginning, right? X squared, x to the power 5 is positive. It's one sign change. From positive it became negative over here. So plus to minus 1. Then it's same minus. Then from here to here. See over here. One second, let me make it clear. One sign change. Here there is no sign change. It is negative to negative itself. But again, negative to positive. There's another sign change. Second. Okay. Yes. And then again over here you can see plus to minus. And then again minus to plus. So there is 3 and 4 sign changes. This is what you're counting. There are 4 sign changes. So if 4 sign changes are there, there are either 4 or 2 or 0. It should be always multiples of 2. Okay, there is either 4, 2 or 0 positive real zeros. That is what it says. Now what about the imaginary one? It's not over. That's just the part 1. Now you need to change this x into minus. So what you need to do is, instead of x over here, you need to substitute minus x. So f of x will be f of, so instead of f of x, you put f of minus x. And then now you do the same thing. Now over here, what happens? Before, when you simplify, remember when it's odd powers, the negative sign sustains, whereas if it's even powers, the negative sign diminishes. So why? Because whenever it is odd power, negative will be there. You can try this in calculator. Take any number, say 5 to the minus 5 to the power 5. Or when it's odd, okay, I'm just messing it up. Okay, now that was very clumsy of me. Now 5, it's minus, right? But now let me make it an even power. It's always positive. So the same thing, over here negative remains, over here positive, but this minus sign remains. Negative becomes positive because it's odd, and similarly it's changed. Now all you need to do is count the sign changes again. There is no sign change from 1 to 2, but here it's negative to positive. Yes, one sign change, then there is no sign changes at all. So now what it means is there is only how much? One sign change. Look, no sign change, no, only one sign change. Then it's always positive. There is only one change in sign. So therefore, there is one negative real zero. So this is, we came to know how many positive real zeros were there. Just a while ago, it was either so after this, we can count 4, 2, or 0. And there is one negative real zero. And the last one is writing this table. Now, if you know how many positive real zeros and how many negative real zeros are there, and the remaining ones has to be imaginary. Now, in this case, if there are 4 positive, maximum 4 positive real zeros and 1 negative, then there is 0 imaginary, because the maximum is 5. Total is only 5. Same way, now let's reduce this. It can be 2, but negative real zeros is maximum 1. So imaginary can be 2. Add them all, it should be 5. Same way, now it can be 0 as well. Sometimes there'll be only imaginary. Now here this 1 is definite. And now you have to write 4 imaginary, and this is the answer. Remember, if it's 1, it has to be there. If it is 2, it can be 2 minus 2, 0. So this is the thing. That's how we do it. If it was 4, 4, 2, 0. If it was 1, it'll be only 1. But if it was 3, it'll be 3, 1. That's it. So now, this is how, please do try these problems by yourself. Pause the video, solve it, and then you can check with the answers. All the answers are there. Now you have to just make the table and do it. It is lengthy, but it's simple. Just count the change in sign. Change the x to minus x, count the change in sign, and do the table. The seventh topic is another easy topic. Here we have to just find the sums, differences, products, or quotients of functions. That is basically f plus g of x, or f minus, this is subtraction or difference. The product is by this dot, plus is addition or sums, and division or the quotient is f by g. Now the functions f of x is 2x and g of x is minus 4x plus 5. All you need to do is add this up. That's it. Now let's go one by one. The first one, f plus g of whole x. All you need to do is add f of x and g of x. That's it. There's nothing much over here. So it'll be 2x times minus 4x. Now remember, use brackets because it's plus and minus. In this case, because it's plus, it doesn't make a difference, but it'll make a lot of difference when you subtract. So f of x is just a single term, so I just write it as 2x. It's a monomial, where this over here is a binomial, so we will use the bracket. Minus 4x plus 5, you can see that's the violet color, whereas the green color is over here, olive green, is 2x. Now next thing would be just add them up. 2x minus 4x is minus 2x, then plus 5. All you need to do is, this is it, that's the answer, nothing else. All you need to do is adding them up. Now subtracting is again simpler. Again the same way, all you need to do is minus, but just remember you need to multiply this negative sign inside the brackets. So it becomes 2x plus 4x minus 5. Because distribute this negative sign, use the distributive property. And now when you add it, it'll be 4x plus 2x minus 5. The answer is 6x minus 5. To find the product, all you need to do is find, multiplying. So you need to multiply f of x and g of x. How do you do? Distributive property again. 2x times minus 4x would be negative 8x squared, and 2x times 5 is 10x. That's it. That's the answer. It's very, very basic, very simple. And 4 divided by g of x, again another simple type. Same functions. Now over here, they don't ask you to do the long division or anything. Just write them as a fraction. 2x is up above, numerator, negative 4x plus 5. But here they usually ask you to write the undefined number. So we know no number can be divided by 0, because this is a very complicated part. What do you mean exactly by 0? It's basically nothing. So how many times can you divide any number by nothing? It can be 1, 10, 100, undefined times, or infinite times. So it will correspond towards infinity, but the answer is generally undefined. So you can't have denominator as 0. If you graph such, it'll be an asymptote. There will be nothing. We won't get this answer. So we just avoid those values. How will you find the undefined value of x over here in this case? All you need to do is whatever is the denominator, just equate it to 0. Just make it equal to 0. So what is going to happen? That is, take this to the other, take 4x to the other side. So make it positive. So 5 equals 4x, and 4 goes to the other side. It'll be 5 by 4 equals to x. So basically when x is 5 by 4 here, this will be undefined. So avoid this term. So this should not be equal. X should never be equal to 5 by 4. Any value other than that is 5. This is how we solve this very basic, very simple problem. Now, all these problems you need to do it by yourself because they are very straightforward. There is nothing over here. It's very, very simple. Just add them up. X plus 5x is 6x. Minus and minus will be adding, but you need to write the negative sign. Same way over here, you need to subtract. It'll be minus 4x and plus 1. You need to multiply these. You can use the FOIL method, binomial multiplication. And lastly, just write them divided by. Find the non-equal to sign, in the sense, when does this become undefined? It will be 5x equals 2x should not be equal to 2 by 5. So that's how you find the undefined. Please try all of these by yourself and then check the answer. It is very simple. Now I'll just quickly run through this. You can see there is x squared, x and minus a constant term. You can't add them. You should just write those together. See, x squared plus x minus 5. Even subtraction is just these two sign changes. That's it. Multiplication can be done. Obviously, you can multiply any terms. Doesn't matter the power. Only adding and subtracting is for like terms, whereas multiplication can be done for unlike terms. Quotient is just by writing the fraction. So same way, do it by yourself and then later on check the answers. So that's it, only 6 questions in this topic. Please solve them by yourself and then refer to the answers. The 8th topic is to find inverse of relations. There are 2 types of problems in this. The first type is very easy, where coordinate points are given. Say, for example, you have been told the vertices minus 8, 6, 6, minus 2, 4, minus 6 are of a triangle. We need to find the inverse of this. So basically, what is inverse? Before we start solving, inverse is something that is opposite. Now, if it is x and y, inverse would make it y and x, something like this. Okay. Now, to find the answer for this, it's very, very simple. You just swap these. Those are the inverse relation for this. So for this polygon, we need to find the inverse relationship and then graph both original and the inverse. Now, in the first coordinate, it was minus 8, 6. This x changes to y and y changes to x. 6 and minus 8. I hope this is clear. Over here, the y is minus 2, which becomes x in the inverse, whereas the x becomes y. Same way, you can write all these 3 points. Now, when you graph, you can see the original is given by m and p over here. M and let me change the color over here. It is m, n, and p. But the inverse varies. Inverse is different. All you need to do is plot these points. See, the m point was at minus 8 and 6. That is negative 8 and 6. But now it is positive 6 and negative 8. It's completely changed, isn't it? There's a jump from here to here. Same way over here, n and n dash jumped over here, and the p, it's changed. But what you can see is this is the inverse relationship. And if you draw a line of xy, you draw a 45-degree line, which needs to be like this somewhat. These both will be inverted from that particular point. So you can see this point is over here, this point is over here, this point is, it's all reflected along xy line. We will see that in the see about that line further in the next type of problems in the same topic. But now quickly, let's see over here. If it's 7 and 7, it doesn't matter. It's the same. See, 7 and 7 is same. Whereas these all changes. Let's see where is 7 and 7. It's over here. Even when you reflect it, it'll be the same because it's along the xy axis. Okay, the points on the x equals y line will never change. So this is very basic and very simple. All you need to do is swap x and y and then find the points and then graph them all. You will get the answers. So this was easy, but what about the next type? You need to find the inverse of a function, not a relation of a function. What do you do now? Again, we need to implement the same concept, the same idea which we just now learned, swapping x and y. But you can't just swap over here. There is few steps. The step 1 would be write the given function in terms of y. Instead of f of x, I will write it as y. So what do? Change this. Now it is y equals x plus 2. Okay, what is next? This is fine. Y equals x plus 2. What do I do next? The next thing would be over here swapping x and y. This is the concept what we have been doing over there, interchanging x and y, right? So the same thing, swap x and y, that means interchange the points. Now over here this is the same thing. Instead of y I will write x, and instead of x I will write y. So now whatever the answer I can see, can you see this? Now, this is the inverse function, but whenever we write a function, we write in terms of y. We write y equals to. So now, rearrange and solve for new y. This is the important thing in the same step. Swap and solve for new y means keep y at one side, take everything else to the other side. So y, let it be positive, take this 2 to the other side, it becomes x minus 8. And now y equals x, sorry, not x minus 8, it is x minus 2. So y equals x minus 2. Okay, now it's y equals x minus 2. So what do we do next? We need to replace y as f inverse x. That means this is the given function f of x. We just can't keep y. We have done so many steps. So whatever that function is, the inverse function. So replace this y as f inverse x equals x minus 2. And that is it. That's the inverse function. Now if you're graphing this, you can see x plus 2 is over here, x minus 2 is over here. Now what things can you understand from this? One thing is, what is the inverse of plus? Inverse of plus is minus. So x plus 2, it will become x minus 2. If it was 2x, it will be division. Multiplication becomes division. We will see all that in a while. We'll compare it. But before that, this is very important. This is the xy line. The x is equal to positive y. Now here all you need to do is plot. See, it'll be always reflected along xy line. If you graph one of the function, you can see this is the function. So now if you get this in exam, then you should just know the basics of the graph. Since x is plus 2, instead of the origin, it's plus 2 over here. And this is minus 2, so it's down. But if you know one of the graph, it's enough. This is plus 2. You need to just reflect it along the xy line. So that's it. So this is how we graph it. But now what if it's a complicated problem? Because this is a very basic problem, right? Now what if something like this? Sorry for that. The animation has gone a bit error over here. But anyway, step 1 would be right in terms of y. The same steps. It's not changing. It's the same thing. Right in terms of y equals 5x squared. Now swap x and y and solve for the new y. What you do is, over here, instead of x I put instead of y I put x, and instead of x I put y, and then solve for y. Take the 5 to the other side. Take square root. Square root on both the sides. Over here it will be square root x by 5. Now that means, remember, always when there is a square root, what does that mean? It's either plus or minus. So now y equals plus or minus square root x divided by 5. Now this is the answer, but generally your textbooks and everything will have in terms of, say, now since you have x by 5, okay, this is entire thing. Now what happens is they generally multiply this by 5 up and down. So what happens? Over here it will become 5 squared, square root 5x divided by 5 square. This cancels out, so you will have only 5x as square root, and below it will be 5, because 25 square root is 5, so this is 5 square, right? This cancels out with the square root over here. So this will be answer. Don't forget the plus or minus. Square root 5x divided by 5. Now replace the y as f inverse of x. So over here y becomes f inverse of x plus or minus root of 5 x divided by 5. How do you understand which is plus or minus? Over here, sorry, let me just, okay. Over here, this would be the answer. This is the graph. Over here, you can see it's reflected along the xy. Now, this is something which is crucial. whenever you have plus or minus, see which is the domain over here. Whenever the domain is from minus infinity to 0, this is the reflected part. Okay, from here to here, this is the reflection. So that means since it's in the negative region, this will be down. Whereas if it was from 0 to positive infinity, the domain, then this would be the positive one. How would you understand? Because if I graph, say, plus root of 5x by 5, I know the graph will go like this, upwards, right? That's the graph. Whereas if it was the same thing, if I had just minus over here instead of this plus, then it would go something like this. That's how we understand. So the domain restriction is, that's it. So that would be the answer. Now you can see over here all the answers. Okay, I had told about 2x inverse would be 2 by x. I'm sorry for that. It is 1 by 2x. Okay. Now we see 5x, inverse of 5x would be, this is multiplication, so you must divide 5, right? So x will remain, you should divide that by 5. Now 5x is 5 times x. Now you just divide this 5. Same way over here, x plus 2 becomes x minus 2. So you can find this relation, but it's a bit tricky when it's complicated. So the best way would be the steps which I just now showed you. You can just go to the previous section and see the video, just see the problem in detail is explained. Now we always will be reflected along xy line. You can see over here, the reflection is along xy line. Similarly, you can keep continuing over here. So same way, but try to use the steps and solve. You'll get this over here. Now, over here, if it was only graph, it's very, very simple. If you know one of this graph, because this is simple, it's minus 2x plus 1. That means it's going downwards and the y-intercept is 1. Then it should be just reflected along xy line. So that would be the answer. Now, similarly, please do try them by yourselves. Use the method, try them by yourself. To find this, it's better to use the steps and then solve. Similarly, over here, they're very, very straightforward. Please do solve them by yourself and then check the answers. Now, over here, the last two, I want to point out there's a mistake over here. I have done this anyways. It was just a while ago we discussed this. It is 5 root x. Okay, this x should be under root. It's square root x only. Only then it would make sense. The graph would make sense. Otherwise, it's not, because this is a square root function. That's the thing. Over here as well, just the only thing is whenever this square. Now, 1 minute, I'll just quickly go back. You can see there is no square over here, so it's fine. There won't be any, domain restrictions or anything. Only over here, because there is a square root function, square, when you do the inverse, there'll be plus or minus. So one case would be minus, that would be the domain restriction from negative infinity to 0, and the positive side would be the from 0 to infinity. So it's very simple. Just go through these, solve it by yourself, and practice. That's it for this topic. In the next video, we will move on to the next topic. The ninth topic, it's a basic one because you have options. You can easily find out which is the correct answer, but how to actually solve this. I won't go into the long method. You might have already learned that in your regular classes, but I will tell you a simple method. Split the numbers, split the variables. And over here, since it's plus or minus 3, you don't need to bother about anything. Just write plus or minus 3. Square root of 121. You need to know this. You can use your calculator, but otherwise it's 11. You need to remember. You should know this in your mind. This is, say, 15. You can use a calculator, but it's better to know the squares of 1 to 20, or at least 1 to 15. It'll be very useful. Or at least some of the important numbers. You must know from 1 to 10 by heart, because it'll be much helpful for you when you solve problems. Now here, what does the square root mean? If there is nothing, it's called square root, right? Because the number is 2. You should assume it to be 2. It's always 2 if there's nothing. So what that means is x, the power is 4, right? Whatever is over here in the radical, it is divided by. Same with y, power 16 divided by 2. That's it. That's the answer. So it'll be 11 plus or minus 11, x to the power 2, y to the power 8. That is the answer. Now I will show all the answers. You try it by yourself. Um, you better pause the video now. Try it by yourself. You may not get all correct because now I'll just show the answers. You can see some of them have magnitude, some of them do not have magnitude. Look over here, there are variables with and without magnitude symbol, and over here there's negative. What's going on? So first thing, the sign, it depends on the given question, plus or minus, or if it's minus or if it's plus, just write it as it is. Don't bother about the sign, it's very basic. Now, what happened? Why do you write this magnitude? So this is another important one. Now, whenever you divide this, whatever the exponent is there over here, the exponent is 2. You divide 16 by 2, it's 8. 36 by 2, it's 18. So it's fine. There is some power over here. That's the even power itself. It's fine. But whenever you get an odd power, or you get no power at all, like, I mean, 1 is odd, that means it's not written. You don't write y to the power 1. You just write y, isn't it? So when it is an odd or not given or any odd number, you will see this. See over here, for 1, over here it's 3, odd power, again over here 3, all the odd powers and 1. Why do we write that? Look over here, we are telling it's the solution of this, right? So can a square root over here, all are even, can a square root of even number, this one, can minus sign be there inside? No. So 49 x to the power 4, all is positive, so it'll be plus or minus. Even if it is minus, when you multiply twice, when you multiply this 2 times, you know what's going to happen? Minus 7 times minus 7 is positive 49. So that is why we write plus or minus 7, because if it's 7 times 7, it's 49. Yes, even if it's negative 7 times negative 7, it'll become positive 49. And this x to the power 4, it becomes x to the power 2. So if I take any number of x, say let me take minus 2, it'll become whole square. That's a positive number. So this is the correct solution. But now when it's single numbered, say over here, because you're dividing by 8, x squared, y, 8 by 8 divided by 8 will be 1. Now you can't have a negative number for y. Even if it's minus 3, you should make sure you have a magnitude sign, because the answer must be 3. Because if you put it back over here, remember the solution, the inside value must be positive, right? Inside is square root or even radical. So that is why only when you have odd numbers, this is there. How to remember if you're not understanding all the concept? It's fine. All you need to remember is whenever there is a odd reduction, over here it's odd number, there's odd numbers. So over here also 3 is an odd number, 3 is an odd number. You need to make sure to use the radical, the magnitude symbol, because the whole answer over here doesn't matter positive or negative. You must take only the positive answer, whereas the numbers and all just can be written out. And what about this one? See, this is a cube root, right? When it's cube root, it doesn't matter at all, because if it's minus also or positive also, it doesn't matter. You will get the correct answer. I'll just quickly show you one thing over here. So this one over here, 121, it's 11. Negative 121 is an error, right? But let me take cube root now. Okay, this is the cube root. I'll just put 3. 121 is over here, it's not 11, sorry, 4.8. Let me take another one, 64. I know the 64 is 4 to the power 64 is 4, but let me take minus over here. You're going to get minus 4, because this doesn't matter over here. You can even have negative numbers only when it's even number, say 6. This is error. Why? Because you can't have negative numbers, it must be only positive numbers. So this is the thing behind it. I hope it's clear now. Whenever you have odd numbers, remember you must have the magnitude sign when you solve it and get odd powers. See over here, d to the power 1 is odd, that's why. So one more thing, look into the other options, solve them, and then you can easily relate it to the question, and you can definitely choose the correct question. So look into the other options, and then you can deduce the correct answer as well. Now we are in the last topic of the part 1 in your end of term 3 exam syllabus, exam coverage, sorry. Now here they have asked you to simplify expressions of exponential or radical form. We had simplified expressions on radicals or radical exponents just a while ago in the topic number 9. If you have not watched it, please go back, watch the topic 9 and then come over here. So what did we learn over there? If I had, say, a like this, 8, radical, it's square root 8. We just write 8, the power over here is 1, and whatever is over here is divided by 2. Now it's other way around. How do we write it? What is the power? 8. Okay. Then put the square root symbol. This, or if it's nothing written, it's 2 itself. So this is the answer, right? Same way, write this 8. Use the radical symbol. It's 5. That's it. That's the answer. It's very, very simple. Now, what about 4 to 7? 4 to the power 2 by 7. Whatever is up, it's to the 4. It's power raised to the power 2. And whatever is down, write it outside the radical symbol. So simple. Okay, now over here, this 4 square, radical by 7, that's the answer. But 4 square is equal to what? 16. This is 16, so this is the answer. So whenever you solve, if it is not there in your answers, don't panic, don't worry. Just make sure you simplify it further, or just rearrange terms, and then you can get the correct answer. Here, the same thing, x to the power 3, and there is 3 by 2 again. So this is equal to, multiply this, whenever power to power, this power, x cube is raised to the power 3 by 2, you multiply these both, it's going to be 9 by 2, isn't it? It's going to be 9 by 2. So x to the power 9, I'm sorry, and take the square root. You don't need to write this 2, it's understood. If it's nothing, that means it's 2x to the power 9. Same way, please do try the others. Over here, there's nothing, so it's half. And over here, you can simplify. You need to simplify for all. Phi, 1 by 3. X to the power 1 by 3. Y, 2 by 3. Same way over here, you can solve this. Now, one quick thing. If at all you just forget somehow and it's just numbers, then you can use your calculator. Say, for example, sorry. Now, over here, I have, say, root 17. The thing is, you're not going to get the correct, okay, root 17. You're not going to get an exponent form. Now, this is not a better example. I'll take this, the first one. It is 8 to the power 1 divided by 5. You can use the fraction symbol, 1 by 5. You're not going to get cube root, a radical of 5, radical 5, 8. No, it's not going to happen like that. What's going to happen is you're going to get fractions. Sorry, decimals, 1.515716, and goes on, right? What do? What you must do basically is you need to see all the 4 options and simplify. So now over here, this one, when I simplify, shift and this, and now power 5 and 8 over here, I'm gonna get the same answer. So you can do this and check with all the options. It's a long method, but this is such a simple problem. You don't need to do it. It's fine, So now the distance, okay, there are 2 real world problems. The distance in millions of miles of a planet is from the sun in terms of t, the number of Earth days. Sorry, let me read it again. It's about orbiting. I don't know what happened. Maybe I'm just tired. The distance in millions of miles a planet is from the sun in terms of t. The number of Earth days it takes for the planet to orbit the sun can be modeled by this expression. Write the expression in exponential form. All you need to do is simplify this to exponential form, nothing else. It's just that they're telling that this is the equation given over here. All you need to do is in exponential form, 6 1 by third, t 2 by thirds. Same thing over here, you can simplify it. 1 minus, the only difference over here is they have told you what is the value of p. The p, original price in dollars, is given as 52425. Okay, so all you need to do is, instead of p, you need to type 52425. You need to write, sorry, not type. And then what is n? N is 8. They have also mentioned n over here as 1 by n, that is 8. So you need to write in radical form. So this, whatever is inside it, remains 4 to 5. This just remains. And what remains, or what's the radical? It's 8. 1 minus. So that's the answer. It's just rearranging. It's very, very basic. Please do it by yourself and then check the answers. Over here, there are a few more problems. They are again same. Now, these have to be simplified. It's basically cube root of 27, that's 3, or you can just use the calculator. You can just save time. Say, for example, 16 to the power negative fraction the power 5 by 4. What's the answer? It is 1 by 32. You will get the answer exactly in the calculator, so don't waste time for this. If this problem comes, you can just solve it in calculator. So try all and just check it with the answers. It should be correct. Hello and welcome to the part 2 of the end of term explanation videos. I'm very much excited to continue the remaining videos for Grade 10 Advance. I hope you all are keeping well and doing great. As your exams are nearing, try to practice plenty times. Try to write and practice. And if you have any doubts, do put them in the comments and I will get back to you as soon as possible. But if you're dropping in new to this channel, let me introduce myself. First of all, warm welcome. I'm Justin D'Souza, your math teacher. This is my channel, Best Math. If you find this channel useful, please do subscribe to it, like my videos and share it along with your friends. It would mean so much to me. And I also want to thank all those who have subscribed to my channel, all those who like and share it with your friends. Thank you so much. Now we will continue. The 11th topic. It is to find the, solutions basically, where the x value is there, where we get real zeros. And then they have asked to sketch the graph. Too many words. Let me just break it down. Now imagine this is a graph, a simple graph. This is a parabola because it is opening upwards. We know it is plus x square and something like this. Okay. Now this, whenever there is x square, positive x square, it'll be something like this. Now this is the graph. It's a brief, it is a rough graph. But what are the x values? Where do we have the real zeros? What does it mean? Now, if you see this x-axis, this is the x-axis and this is the y-axis. Wherever the graph touches the x-axis over here and over here, those are the solution. Those are the solution regions, the solution points. So that is what we need to find. So there are various methods to solve the exact points, but the crude approximation uses idea of where it is. Now, in your regular lessons, you might have studied all this in detail, and you can check out the playlist on the entire lessons. It's there in the same channel, Best Math. You can find the lessons which were there in your exam, for your exam, all the lesson objectives I explained, so you can watch the entire explanation there. Now, here I will just tell you a shortcut method, what you can do for your exam. So it depends on the equation, first of all. If it is a graphing, it's very simple, but sometimes they'll ask you this one. This might be the option. So it depends on what are your options. If it's graph, it's so easy because you can directly use your calculator to find it out. Take out your calculator. Take any random point. Say I will take 0. Substitute 0 over here instead of x. I'll put everywhere 0 square plus 3 into 0 minus 1. The answer is minus 1, negative 1. Look whether the graph touches minus 1. Yes. But what if 2 or 3 graphs touch the same point? Take another point. Say minus 1 now. Over here, minus 1 must give me about minus 3. Let me check. Let me put over here. And over here, minus 1. And last was minus 1. Yes, I'm getting minus 3 or negative 3. Similarly, try a few more points and check which graph gives you the exact point. All the others will be wrong. Only one graph can give you the exact answer. So that is the graphing part, direct shortcut method. It will work for any of the graph. Now, if you want to solve the x values directly, you can use mod, phi, and 3 and solve it. What is the coefficient before x square? When we go to mod phi, before pressing 3, look over here. This is the quadratic standard form. Ax square, there's nothing, so it's 1x square plus bx, that is 3x, plus c, the constant term is minus 1. So when I press 3, I need to type this in. 1, 3, and minus 1. Now, the values are 0.30 and we have got negative 3.3. So you can see it's over here negative 3.3 and positive 0.3. So where does this lie? This lies in between negative, because now in calculator we directly get the x value, but approximation method, by the table method, we just get approximate, isn't it? Where is the zero? Wherever the sign changes, and the sign is changing at minus 4 and minus 3. You can see the sign of f of x changes over here at minus 4 and minus 3. So this is your one solution, and it is at 0 and 1. Again, you can see the sign changes over here, that is 0 and 1. That's it. That's how you solve it. So it's very straightforward. Now, even over here, if it is cubic graph is always like this. Since it's negative, it's like this. Now, before I continue, I just want to recall, if you see a parabola that's quadratic form, x square, if the x square is the highest degree, power 2 is the highest degree, and it is positive, then it will always open upwards. So you can eliminate the other graphs easily. And then do a test value, you'll definitely get the correct answer. But if it is minus x square, then it would open downwards. It'll be like this, the graph. Now, if it is a cubic graph, x to the power 3, if it's plus x to the power 3, the right side goes up and left side goes down. It's something like this. Whereas if it is minus, you can see left side goes up, right side goes down. It is like this. Okay. Now, this is just a basic understanding. The left side is up, right side is down. There will be undulations. That is fine. Now, over here, if you want to solve this directly, you can use mod, phi, and cubic equations are given by 4. Now, carefully substitute the values. First one, x cube is minus 1, x squared is 2. Now, there is no x term. That means it's 0 because there is no x term. And then we have minus 4 over here. Put in the find the values. It's negative 1.1. That means the x values will be at negative 2 to negative 1. Oh, sorry, wait, let me just check the other. This is the imaginary, so we ignore that. Now over here you can see minus the other one, so you can see is imaginary. There's only 1 point cutting, so minus 1.3 is over here, which is the less and greater value. So oh, sorry. Now there's one thing. This is not 0. You know, before 0 there is minus 1, minus 2. It's in between those values. Negative 1.1 is between minus 1 and minus 2. So these are the values we write. Now if you do the table method, you can see the sign changes over here. So these are the values. How do we do the table method? Again, calculator is very direct and easy. Press mod 7 is for table, and then type in the equation. Minus x is by alpha x the whole cube plus 2 alpha x square, and lastly we get minus 4. Now press equal to. There is no other equation, so leave it like that. Just press equal to. Start. Which is the starting point you want? Usually always start with negative phi, like a proper value, usually a good value, good enough to get a brief understanding of the graph. So I will write negative 5 or negative 4 is enough, and then end at say positive 4. And the step I want it as 1. I need values of negative 4, negative 3, 1, like that. See, the table gives us negative 4 is 92, negative 3 is 41, negative 2 is 12. We have from negative 2. And now the sign change at f of x. Wherever the sign change, there is a 0 between those 2 points. And then you can see the sign is not changing. So that's the end. 4, it's negative 36. It keeps on going. So there's only one value. That's how we solve it. Similarly, you can solve the others. It is very straightforward, very simple. Directly follow the method which I just told you, the calculator method. If you want in detail, you can find it in the channel, in the playlist. But this is the easy one. Now over here, it doesn't matter what is the equation. Mod 7 and type in the equation. Even if it's a cube or to the power 4 or 5, it doesn't matter. Just type it as it is. And then you cannot solve this directly in calculator if it is to the power 4. So do the table method and start at, okay. Anyways, now I'll just re-change the values. I've started at 1, but for this case, it's fine, I believe. Yes, if you start at, no, you're not getting both the answers. Let me just go back over here. The sad thing is you need to again type the equation minus alpha x to the power 4 minus x, that is over here, to the power 3, and lastly we have plus 4. And then you press equal to, there is no g of x, only one equation at a time, and then start the value say at minus 4 and end it at say positive 4, and the step will be 1. Now you'll get the value. See, it starts with negative 118 and then negative 50, negative 4, then 4. See, there's change in f of x values. That means there is a 0, because you can see over here, whenever there is values less than 0, it will be negative, and over here it's positive, or it'll be positive, negative. So whenever there's change of sign in f of x, there is a solution point in between those two, wherever it passes. So that's how we can easily find the values. And see over here also 1 and 2 is also again mentioned. So these are the answers. Same way, please do it by yourself, check them, do it, write it by yourself, and then check for the answers. So over here, all the answers are mentioned. You can do it in directly calculator, or you can, whichever method is easy and suitable, depending on the problem, solve accordingly. So this is it over here. Now here they have just this is the correct answer. X is equal to 2 and relative maximum. Oh, sorry, one second. I just realized this is a different. Over here we were finding zeros. Now here we are finding the maximum and minimum values. If you're finding the zeros, it's just over here wherever it intersects. Whereas for the maximum and minimum, it is basically where it dips and goes up. You can see over here in this graph, the dipping point, the minimum value is between 0 to 1. Can you see this minimum value? How will you find it in the table? The table, you can just, when you find it, see over here, where is the maximum f of x value? You can see the maximum over here is at 32. And where is the minimum value? Minimum at the beginning we get is over here. But also there is one important other thing which you must know. There must be a sign change. Now here you can see there is no sign change, but it touches 0. So in this graph you will get understanding from 22. See that there was 22 over here at when minus 1 to 0, it directly went down, dipped. If you find a value more than this, say 1 over here, you would have got something like this. Like you would have understood there was a dip. So that's the thing. How we can find it out is if you reduce the step. In while graphing, if you reduce it to 0.5, you will understand. But just when looking at these values, you must understand it's reducing like anything. Okay. Then there is a dip and it's going up. So even if it's positive, it's fine. But from these values, you'll see there's a dip and it goes up. And then over here, there is a maximum point and then it goes down. But now what is happening? It's just keep on going down. It'll go down forever because it's the cubic graph. So you just ignore those points. And over here, it'll keep on going up. Ignore those points. Only focus points are these two. That is the first two dips. So that's it. That is how you would find it. Or you can just solve this in calculator and understand where is the solution. But that is not asked over here. Just relative minimum and maximum. That is the dipping points over here 0, 1. And over here it is at 4. Okay, is it it's 4 to 3, it's not exactly 4, it's before 4. This is the approximate range because you're estimating. That's the thing. Similarly over here, you can do it by yourself and then check for the answers. Maximum is close to 0, whereas minimum is close to 2, x value of 2. You can check it by the table as well. So that's the end of this topic. Next topic will be topic number 12. Please stay tuned. We move on to the 12th topic, that is multiplying polynomials. This is a pretty easy topic. If you know the distributive property, it is what we are doing now. When there are two binomials, we can use a FOIL method, which we will see now. FOIL means first terms, outer terms, inner terms, and last terms. Now imagine we have these two terms over here. First, you need to multiply the first two terms in these binomials. That is, this multiplied by this gives you 2x times x. Then inner terms, first and then outer. After f, o comes, that is outer. This is the outermost and this is the outermost term. So o is the next one. That is 2x times minus 3. Then inner ones are these two over here, very close to each other, and they are the innermost ones, 4 times x. And the last terms are, this is the last of the first binomial, last of the second binomial, 4 times negative 3. That's it. Simplify and you will get the answer. So this is the FOIL method. We will now simplify. You can use FOIL method, distributive method. It's ultimately the same thing. Your answer will be the same. Let us see how to multiply this. They have told you just multiply all these. So take any two terms. You can't just multiply all the terms at once. Take two terms at a time, the first two terms, and multiply these two. It'll be 3 times a plus 3 times minus 7. See, I will draw the arrows. It'll be from here to here, and then this to this. Then next one will be the second term with this, and then over here to here. That is it. That would be the answer. 3 times a. That is not the answer. That is the method to solve. 3 times a, 3 times 3a times a, 3a times minus 7. Don't forget the sign. 5 times a, that will be 5a, and 5 times negative 7. Now you need to just simplify. A times a is a squared. This becomes 3a squared. 7 times 3 is 21. Negative sign prevails. A will remain. 5a minus 7 times 5 is 35. Then now you can simplify this term, the a and a. So it will be negative 21 plus 5, that is negative 16. So this is the answer. But this is the answer for these two terms. Don't forget the other term. Bring it down and multiply the remaining terms now. Now it's up to you, but generally when you multiply, if the terms are less on the left side, it's easier because we just do the arrows like this. Now if you're multiplying from the left side, it's fine, but it's better to solve this easily. If you follow this method, it'll be easier. Now it'll be 4 times 3a squared, 4a times negative 16a, 4a times negative 35. Same with 1, 1 times 3a squared, 1 times negative 16a, and lastly, it is 1 times negative 35. Then you have to multiply this individually. What do I mean by that? It means you need to multiply this numbers together and terms together, separately. That's what I meant. 4 times a is 12, a times a squared is a cube. This minus sign will come out. It'll be 4 times 16 is 64, a times a is a squared. Then again minus sign is there, 140 because 35 2 times is 70, 70 2 times is 140. So it'll be 4 times 35, 4 times is 140, a 3a squared, negative 16a, and lastly minus 35. Now you can simplify it. Now you need to add or subtract the terms. How do you do it? See for the degrees. Now, do you have any other term with this degree of power 3? No. But there is two. See, these are the two terms that can be solved together. And then over here, these are the two terms that can be solved together. So you need to simplify those terms. How do we do? It's very simple. Minus 64a squared plus 3 will be minus 61a squared. Same way, minus 140 minus 16, add them and write the negative sign, minus 156a. Other two terms remain same. This is the simplified form. Now, if anyone asks you to multiply this is how you get it. That's it. That's the most simplified form. And now it's up to you. Pause the video now, right now, and try these by yourself. These are simple, easy. Now we did one of the most complicated one, the 3 terms. So if it's 2 terms, it's very simple. We know how to do it. Now say for example here, multiply this over here. then this over here. That is it. So same method, please follow it and solve it up. Over here it's simple because there's only two terms and one term over here. So you don't have to do FOIL and all. It's just multiply this inside. 2 times distributive property, it'll be 3p squared n or np squared minus 3pz. That's it. That's the answer. Whereas over here also it's the same thing. It's very simple. And here also it's very simple. All single terms. Now here what do we do? This 17th one. Use the identity. I will write the identity. It's a plus b the whole square. I'll write this first. And you have a minus b the whole square. So it is a squared plus 2 times ab, 2ab plus b squared. So this is the term for plus. Whereas if it's minus, the only thing is the middle part changes to negative. That's the only difference. Then all the terms are same. So now over here you have, sorry, this is 2, okay? I hope you understand it. Now, a squared plus 2ab plus b squared, a squared minus, because of this minus, it's minus 2ab plus b squared. This is it. Now, you need to apply this formula over here. We don't have a and b, we have a and minus 5. So, a minus 5 over here, the whole squared. Now, how do we solve it is, just over here, wherever there is a, you need to write a itself, and wherever there is b, you need to write minus 5. Sorry, just 5. Because this minus sign is taken care of. B is 5, so you need to multiply this by 5 plus 5 squared. So it goes out to be a squared minus 5 times 2 is 10a, and here it will be 25, last term. So that is the answer. A squared minus 5 times 2 is 10 and a remains, plus 5 squared is 25. This is the answer. So these identities are crucial and important. So please remember these identities. Now, over here, all the other way, it's the same thing. Just multiply using FOIL method or distributive property. You're going to get the answers just like this. So please do solve them first and then check for the answers. Do the methods, do the steps, because there is no shortcut method. There is no calculator method. You have to solve them by yourselves. There is few more problems over here. The same way to solve. Very straightforward. But there's one thing I want to point out over here. That is this particular problem. It is r minus 2t, r plus 2t. There is an identity that is a plus b, a minus b. So whenever you come across this particular identity or terms like this, where you can see the same term in the first terms of two binomials, that is a and a, and the second term is also same, 2t and 2t, but the sign varies. It can be either minus and plus or minus. Then you must make sure you do this as this particular formula. It is a squared minus b squared, or you can multiply this and then ultimately you will come to this formula itself. So this is not that important, because even if you multiply this, ultimately you're leading into this, so it's fine. But it's very easy to write this. It's r squared minus 2t the whole square. It will be 2t the whole square. That is basically r square minus 4t square. That would be your answer. See over here, that's the answer. Similarly, you can try the others. Now, it's very straightforward over here, but let me just do this first terms. When you multiply, it will be x cubed multiplied by 2x squared. Okay, 2 to the power 2. I hope you know this by now, and then all the other terms, right? But what is going to happen when you multiply? It's going to be 2, the constant. The powers are always added up. That means x cubed multiplied by x squared will be 3 plus 2, that is 5. You don't multiply the powers, you add the powers. So this is going to be x to the power 5. Now, whenever you have x2 and x5 over here, it's going to be x to the power 10. You're going to multiply, sorry. I just now told this and I only made the mistake. I'm so sorry for that. You add the powers, you don't multiply the powers. It's 7. I hope this is clear. Don't make the mistake I just now did. It's 5 plus 2, that is 7. Similarly, if you have, say, x or any other variable, it must be same like variables. Now 3 over here and 3 over here. You just add it up, it is going to be x to the power 6. So if you know this knowledge, you can easily solve all the problems. Do solve it by yourselves. See, just that over here, it's big. You need to multiply many terms. It'll just take time, but it's very simple. Solve it by yourselves and then verify the answers. So that is basically the end of that topic. Next, we will move on to the 13th topic. Now we move on to the 13th topic. It is among the easiest of all in the part 1. It is just to add or subtract polynomials. So now there are plenty of ways to do it. Now this is the horizontal method. Horizontal method is just adding them directly, looking at the like terms. This is the most likely used method, so it's better to follow this. It'll help you in the other type of problems, say subtracting or multiplying and other things. Now here, you need to look into the like terms. So the step 1 would be group like terms in descending order. That means which is the highest degree over here? Power 3. So group the power 3 terms, then power 2 terms, then power 1, and then lastly the constants or the numbers. Now 6 plus 1 x cube. 6x cube plus 1 x cube is, just solving it, 7x cubed. 7 minus 4 is 3, positive 3. Then 2 minus 2 minus 8, it's minus 10x. And lastly 5 plus 1 is 6. Similarly, you can add them vertically. When it's adding, it's fine. You just add them and get the answer. But when you're subtracting, you need to change the sign and everything. So horizontal method is more likely to be used. Let us see a subtraction problem. Here, you need to make sure that you multiply this minus sign throughout and remove the brackets. So it's going to be this terms as it is, but here this minus sign, distributive property, right? Minus sign is multiplied throughout and all the sign changes for the second term. It become minus 5x to the power 4 minus 9x cube plus minus minus will become plus 3x, and lastly we have minus 4. And now just find the like terms and add them up, just like what we had done. So it'll be 2x to the power 5. There's no other x to the power 5 term, so it's just alone. And then x to the power 4 and 4 over here will be grouped. 3, and there is no x to the power 2. There is no square terms, so that's not there. 7x plus 3x, and lastly the numbers minus 8 and minus 4. Solve them by just adding them. This is as it is. Over here you need to 11 minus 5 is 6, minus 9x cubed, 7 plus 3 is 10, and lastly it's negative 12. That's it. So this is among the easiest of all in the part 2. So please do solve these by yourselves. Go through them, solve them. It's very, very simple. Just over here directly you can solve the answer, but minus sign over here. So 6 minus 4 will be 2, a square, and then 5 minus 6, it'll be minus 1a, and lastly it is minus 12 plus 10 is minus 2. Same way, do the others, solve them, write and solve, and then check the answers. There is no calculator method. You need to do this method and you need to solve them. These are the answers. The next topic, that is the 14th topic, is on factor theorem. You have been given a term. We need to show that this is a factor of this particular term. Then find the remaining factors. So how this method goes is by division. So first, for now, I will tell you the division method because this method is very important. It is there in writing. You have to study it. So I will tell you the actual method. Then I'll tell you a shortcut at the end as well. Now here you have this particular factor, which is supposed to be a factor of this. Now what does factor mean? Now imagine the number 42. Now 42, 6 sevens are 42. So I know 6 into 7 is 42. That means both 6 and 7 are factors of 42. When I multiply them, I'm going to get 42. Similarly, now I know this term, instead of 42, this is the term, big term. I know there is one number, that is 6 plus 8. And there are another one factor. Which is that factor? That is what we will have to solve. Which do you have to multiply to get this term? There might be two factors as well. So instead of 6, I can write 3 into 2 into 7, three terms as well. So you can split this again and have three terms as well. So we will see this now. Okay, I forgot to tell you one more concept. So now over here, how do I find if I know 6 already? I can just divide 42 by 6 and you will get 7. You will get the remaining factor, isn't it? That is what we will do. We will divide this by x plus 8 and we will get it. We will use synthetic division instead of the long division because it's much quicker. So in synthetic division, whatever is the value, you need to take the opposite sign of x. Basically, what is x plus 8? We need equated to 0. So x is equal to minus 8. So take that minus 8 value over here and divide. We don't put the variables, just the coefficients. We have to write 2, 15, minus 11, and minus 24. The step 1 is bringing this down over here as it is 2 comes down. Then once this is down, all you need to do is multiply it with negative 8 and then write it over here. So multiply 2 times negative 8, it's negative 16. Write it over here. Now you need to change the sign. Oh, sorry, not change the sign, it is add. Just add them up. Okay, so what happens? Minus 16 plus 15 is minus 1. Now same procedure repeats. You need to keep on doing this multiplied by this, write it over here, add it up, and same thing goes again. So minus 1 times minus 8 is 8. Add them up, it'll be minus 3, write it over here, and then it goes over here, negative 24, negative 3 times negative 8 is positive 24. Add them up, you'll have 0. Now, how do you find it's a factor? Whenever the remainder is 0, it is a factor. If the remainder was something, then no, it is not a factor. Now, 42 divided by 6 is equal to 7. Okay, this is a factor of 42. But what about 42 divided by 5? It'll be 8.4. When you have decimal, no, it's not a factor. It's if it was 40, then yes, it was a factor, but that's how we understand. You should not have remainders. So when remainder is there, you get the decimal, right? So over here, there is no remainder. The last part is the remainder, that's 0. So that means because the remainder is 0, this is yes, a factor. And then what is the answer? Over here, we got this will be the constant term. Last one is remainder, gone, constant, x square. If there was one more term over here, it'd be x cube and so on. So this is the factor. So now you can write them as like this. So that is it. So basically that is your answer. Now you can simplify this further as well. The second part, over here, this factor. So now over here, this can be reduced into this. Now how they are doing is basically splitting the term in the middle and taking common out. Now you have 2x squared minus x minus 3. Now this is a bit tricky method. Basically you need to split this x in such a way that look at these two constants at the constants at the end over here. Multiply them. What is the answer? It is 6. Now, and what is this term over here? It is minus 1. So you need to get two numbers. When you multiply, you need to get 6, and when you add them, it's minus 1. So if you're solving this, that is the way. You need to keep trying the numbers. You can easily understand it's 3 and 2. So over here it is minus 6. My bad, it's minus 6. Minus 3 times 2 is minus 6. So you can do this, minus 3 times 2. So minus 3 times 2 is minus 6, and you get negative 1. So the factors to change this is 2x squared minus 2x, and then you can write, sorry, it's plus 2x, or you can write minus 3. It doesn't matter much. It'll be the same answer. Now you need to remove the common terms. What is the common terms? 2x is common over here. So you can remove 2x, and x is remaining plus 1 minus 3 is common, you will have x plus 1. Basically, now your one factor is x plus 1, and the other factor is the outside terms. Because you can remove this again common out, you will get 2x minus 3. So this is how this step is involved. But I'm sure this is much confusing and irritating. But I'll tell you another shortcut method for this, the calculator method as usual. So now over here, you need to press mod, phi, and 3. And here, put in the coefficients. It's 2, minus 1, and minus 3, isn't it? What is the answer you get? You get x is equal to 3 by 2. And then what is another answer? X is equal to minus 1. Now bring this inside. That's very easy. X plus 1. This is a factor. You have to bring it inside the equal to. But what will happen if you bring over here? It'll be negative 3 by 2. But instead of that, you take this 2 to the other side first. Don't just get inside. First, make this division to multiplication. When you get this inside, it'll be 2x is equal to 3. And now bring this inside. It's going to be 2x minus 3. So this is another way to get the factors. So this is the easier method, but just be careful because it's a factor. You need to first bring the 2, it'll be multiplication 2x and then minus 3. So you will get it easily in calculator. So now let me recall from where to where. First thing, divide, you will get this factor. That is the answer. Over here, whatever you got, x square and x over here, this is the answer. And this was the factor because the remainder was 0. But now if this is not there in the options, then that means this needs to be simplified further, and then you will get the answer. So this is the thing. But now I will show you some more shortcuts if you don't want to do this division. So basically over here, these are the factors. Try them by yourself, but there's one more shortcut method. Now you will have 4 options, isn't it? You will have 4 options with you. So what you can do is, it's a long method, so that's why it's better to do division. You will save time. Why this is the long method means you need to solve all the 4 options. Basically this will be your option, some other 4 options, right? Solve them up. What is this? This is basically x minus 1 in, let me write it properly. It is basically, I'll just write it over here, x minus 1 2 times. Okay, x minus 1. You can use the FOIL method, or you can use the a minus b the whole square formula. It's up to you. You can multiply this like this, or I'll just use the a minus b the whole square formula. It'll be a square minus 2ab, that is 2x, plus b squared, that is 1. So this will be the answer. Now what I need to do is, whatever the factor is given, this is the factor they have told, right? Needs to be multiplied to this. So I will just multiply. So multiply over here, over here, over here. So it'll be x cubed minus 2x squared plus x plus 2x squared again. Because over here now multiplying 2 inside, and then we have minus 4x lastly plus 2. Now here minus 2x squared plus 2x squared cancels. You're remaining with x cubed, and then you have plus x and minus 4x. How much is it? Minus 3x. And lastly you're remaining with plus 2. Now this must be the question, and it should be. If this is the question, yes, that's the correct answer. Otherwise that is wrong. So now here basically whatever you see can be matched. The problem with this method is you will have 4 options, right? You need to do the multiplication for all the 4 and then check the correct answer. So it takes time. If you're quick in multiplication, do that. But now, for example, over here, now simple, okay, over here, there is so many terms, right? So you need to first multiply these 2 terms, and then with this given factor, you will get the answer. But if you have the answer with you, then it's easy because we know this is the correct answer, so I'm directly going with this. Otherwise, it's a guessing game. You need to start solving the 4 options, and then you will reach to the correct answer. So this is the method, shortcut method. I mean, it's not shortcut, it's long itself. But the best way is to do the, now over here also, what you can do is you can factor it out and you will get this, right? And then you will have much better understanding of the factors. If you're multiplying these two, you'll get this. So what I'm trying to say is, if you do the division and you get a complicated term, then it's fine. Just solve all the answers and match with this. That will be your answer. If all of these is being just confusing, then you will have to do the synthetic division. Try to study the synthetic division method because you have to do it in the writing part. So do the synthetic division, find the answer, and factor it out as simplified as possible, and that would be your answers. So this is the given term, and these two are the found out term. So this and this are the factors of this particular question, and if you multiply all the three factors, you will get the main term. That's the question. So that's how you solve this. Please try more problems and then check the answers over here. The 15th topic is an interesting topic where we have been given the zeros, and then we need to see which is the polynomial function, the least polynomial function. So there are plenty of ways to do this. Now, one thing is, if this is 0, that is x is equal to 5, you can take it inside. The factor would be x minus 5. Then x plus 2 and x plus 1. And we have done multiplication, binomial multiplication, multiply this. So what is it going to be? It'll be x squared plus 2x, x squared plus 2x minus 5x minus 10, and this needs to be simplified and multiplied with the next term. It'll be x squared minus 3x minus 10, and I will multiply the other term over here, x plus 1. So again, it'll be x cubed this time, because you add the powers 2 plus 1, it'll be x cubed plus x squared minus 3x squared minus 3x minus 10x minus 10. Now you need to simplify it further. That is x cubed minus 2x squared. Then you have minus 13x minus 10. So this would be the answer over here. You can see that is the answer. So that is the thing. You can try it out everywhere, but now there is a problem with this I, because that is imaginary solutions, isn't it? So this is the general method. Now there is a similar method can be done everywhere, but I will tell you other methods as well. Now take out your calculator. If you go to mode 5, 4, you can solve this. Let's solve that. 1 minus 2 minus 13 and minus 10. What is the answer? The answer is 5 minus 1 and minus 2. That is the question. So that is one way you can solve all the four options and you will get it. Now, one more thing you need to understand is if there are three zeros, exactly three zeros, that means the graph is something like this. And this is 1 0, one more 0, one more 0. This is the cubic solution. Now whenever you see 3, it means it is x cubed. That will be the answer. So you can easily eliminate all the other options without x x cubed. So now in this you will have four options. I'm sure 2 will be x cubed and 2 will be maybe x to the power 2 or something else. Eliminate all those other, because this must be x to the power 3. But what happens when this x to the 2i comes? I means imaginary, and they are always in pair. They have not mentioned this over here, that's imaginary is mentioned, but they are always in pair. So if you have 2i, there must be minus 2i as well as a solution. But sadly, we cannot use direct calculator method and stuff. But what you can do is you can easily eliminate the other options and then find the correct answer. So one of the method to solve this is factoring this one. Okay, you can factor this one out. So that would mean basically you have to factor it. Just now whatever we learned, but that's a long method, so you can ignore that. But over here you will have four options. You need to understand one, two. There are two roots over here because of I. So your first coefficient will be having the degree, sorry, the first term will have the degree of x to the power 4. That is one way to reduce the options. But what if there are two problems, two questions, two answers with the same thing? You need to solve this. So for this, you can't use the direct method like directly solving this or anything. you have to use the normal method. Now let's see this. It is x plus 1, that is one of the solution. X plus 1, just like what we had done at the beginning. Again, x plus 1. And then what about this? It will be, it is x is equal to 2i. Bring it inside, it's going to be minus 2i, okay? Oh, sorry. Let me just write it. So one of the root will be x minus 2i. And remember, they are always conjugate, so you should have x plus 2i as well. Now, whenever this is standard, it won't change. Whenever you see I, it's just not I, there is one more root minus I as well, because they come in two pairs. Okay, so now this is 3 plus 2i, 3 plus I, 3 minus I. So now you need to take this in and then simplify. Now back over here. So this is the thing. Over here, you need to simplify this. How would you simplify is basically, you just can multiply. How we do the normal multiplication, that's the thing. But since I know a plus b, a minus b, I can use the identity. But if you're getting confused, don't worry. Over here, a plus b, sorry, x plus 1, x plus 1, I can write it as x plus 1 the whole square. And now over here, if you have this term, after bringing it in, it would be confusing, right? So I will show you the multiplication, x to x. So it'll be x square over here, then plus 2ix, then this one minus 2ix, and lastly we have plus 4i squared. Always these middle term gets cancelled, and what is remaining? 4i. Now if you recall the last term, we had learned I is square root of -1 and I square is equal to -1. Okay, so now here we need to write that. It'll be x square. This I square is -1, so plus 4 into -1. Basically, we are getting x square minus 4. So this is how we get this. Every time you see this, you have to take it to the other side, do this multiplication, and you got this. Here, what do we have? Simplify this as much as possible. It'll be x square plus 2x plus 1. If you expand this, or you can multiply over here, you will get this answer. It's not over. Now, whatever I encircle, this is one term and this is also remaining. Both needs to be multiplied, right? Basically, what did we do? We had multiplied all, isn't it? I mean, it's polynomial multiplication, but it's just many terms. That's the only thing. Now, you need to multiply these two terms. What's going to happen? X square times x square will be x to the power 4. Then you need to multiply minus 4x square. I'm just doing the distributive property, plus 2x cube. Then we have minus 8x plus x square minus 4. Let's simplify this. X square, x to the power 4 is alone. What about x cube? That is also alone, so plus 2x cube. Now over here we have okay, I have, yes, correct. 1 second. I have done, yeah, okay. Now over here, what do I have? Minus 4x square, and over here there is 1x square. Let me just 1 minute. I've got an error somewhere over here. So I realize I have done one mistake over here, guys. So when I had multiplied over here, the reason is I understood the answer I'm getting over here is 3. That is wrong. Over here it should be 5. Now I realize my mistake. When I multiplied minus and plus 2, I have written plus 4. It should be minus 4. That is the mistake I have done. So I will correct it. It is minus 4. This will be here minus, and now minus and minus becomes plus. So basically when I multiplied this over here, x square, x to the power 4 and plus x to the power 4. So that was my mistake. I hope you understand the mistake what I did. Now over here we have 4x squared plus x squared, so it is plus 5x squared. It's also cramped up, I'm sorry for that. Then now what do we do is last terms remaining. This again I have done an error, because when I was multiplying 2 into 4, I wrote minus, it should be plus. Now I'm writing it correctly. It's plus 8x. And lastly, we are remaining with, this is also plus 4. So that is the answer we are getting. Okay, if that's confusing, I'll do one more last one. How about this one? So over here, it's x is 0, so it'll be just x. Okay, it'll be only x. And then these are the thing. Over here, it looks more complicated, so I'll do this last one over here. So what do you do is x plus 2. Just change the sign. X plus 3. Then we have x minus 4 plus 3i. Last term would be x minus x, bring it to the minus 4 minus 3i, because only the I part changes its sign. Okay, so many terms, but don't worry, they're just the same. Over here now, you need to multiply. Over here it'll be x squared, two terms at a time. Okay, x squared plus 3x plus 2x plus 6, and when you simplify this, you're going to get x squared plus 5x plus 6. Next, this is over. This is the first two terms. Let me do these two terms over here. Let me just change the color. Now, x times x is x squared. It's like three terms are there. You have to do distributive property. Minus 4x minus 3 times 4 is 2. Minus 3 x and I is there. Okay, so now I have multiplied x throughout over here. So only the thing is, everywhere x has been multiplied. That is over. I mean, now you need to keep multiplying minus 4 everywhere. It'll be again minus times minus 4 times x is minus 4x plus 16, and lastly we have minus times plus is 12 plus 12i. And lastly, we have to multiply 3i again. So when I multiply 3 over here, it's going to be plus 3xi. It always cancels. See, now this and this cancels, right? What is remaining? It'll be minus 12i. Even that will cancel. Minus 12i with plus 12i, it cancels. And last term is, I'll write it down over here, it'll be minus 9i squared. Since plus and minus, it'll be minus. Now simplify what is remaining. It's x squared minus 4 plus minus 4, it'll be minus 8x, and then the 16 is remaining, so plus 16. And what about this? I and I is I squared, that is minus 1. Minus times minus, it'll be plus 9. So this is the answer. And now when you simplify, you will get x squared minus 8x plus 16 plus 9 is 25. Now ultimately you have to multiply these both and you will get the answer. Let us do this anyways, but I hope you have understood now. It's just the multiplication. I won't do all the multiplication, but I'll just tell you it'll be x4 is the leading term. Then over here you need to multiply this. It'll be x cubed. It'll be okay, it's just distributive property. You guys try this. Just multiply this term over here, just like what we have done, and then you will get a huge thing. Simplify it, you will get this, the last answer. It'll be starting with x to the power 4. So that would be the thing. So please try it by yourself. It is just polynomial multiplication. That is what we can do. The main concept over here is that this one over here, these are the zeros. So that means you will have x of opposite sign, x plus 2, x plus 3, and so on. There are other methods as well, but since you know polynomial multiplication, the multiplication is the easiest way to go through. So now if you have graphing calculator and all, then you can easily graph this out. So over here, to graph these directly, it is a bit hard because you need a graphing calculator. Otherwise, there's no other method. If your graphing calculator, yes, it's possible. With all these roots, automatically you will get the exact graph. And from that graph, you can get this equation. But sadly, if you don't have the graphing calculator, the method which I just now told is the only method. So that is the thing. You can understand these are the roots, and if it's imaginary, that means it's somewhere it's not going to touch. Okay, so that's how it is. Sorry, that's how it is for these. Now same way you can try these as well. Now over here they have asked for graphing. We know how to graph. Take any x value, just put it in this equation and solve. You will get the answer. We have done this before. So now to try, you need to use the calculator method. Let's do a problem. Let's do this one. We can see the graphs. You need to take out your calculator, and let's say these both are this is the equation. You have four options. These both are similar. They are the cubic equations. So let's compare. How do we find it? You need to assume any point. Always start with 0 because it's the easiest value. So if you're solving for this equation, wherever there is 4, wherever there is x, sorry, put 0 and just change it to cube. Why I'm using the brackets already is, though I know it's 0, it's going to be 0. It'll be easy for me to change the values later on. So multiplied by 0 to the power squared minus 4 into 0. Brackets because I might use negative values and positive values. That's the reason I have to put multiplication over here. Now what is the answer? For x value of 0 over here, you're going to get minus 2. Yes, that's absolutely right. Over here, you can see it's wrong. Maybe this graph had minus 2. Maybe two graphs at the same point. What do? Just change the value. Say I'll put 1 now. Change all the x values to 1. It's good if you put brackets, you'll easily understand that is the value you need to change. It's easy to, it'll tell you, okay, this is the value to change. That's it. Now done. Press equal, it's 0. Now imagine even over here it was same. Try few other points. You will definitely get only one graph which matches the exact equation. So that is how we do it. Now, the first part where we saw really required graphing calculator, but I told you method by polynomial multiplication. So follow that even for imaginary numbers or for non real numbers. It is going to work. The next one is just graphing. So it's very, very straightforward. Otherwise, you can also do this since it's in cubic form. You can do mod phi 4 and then solve it. 1, I'll do the coefficient for this. 1 minus 5 minus 2, 24. So what will I get? I'll get minus 2 is x equals minus 2. Yes, that's true, absolutely. 4, yes again. And 3, absolutely true. So those are the answers. Now you can check this one. 4, 2, it's minus 4, and lastly we have minus 2. What about these? 1, yes, true. 1, it's negative half, yes, negative 0.5, negative 1. That's the correct answers. That's another way to do it. So one thing to remember, sometimes there might be imaginary numbers. That means over here it'll come like this, but then it, sorry, let me show. Over here, imagine this was the graph. It crossed, but it doesn't touch, it'll just go up. So there is a dip, but only one real solution, then there will be two imaginary solutions. So that is the thing. And always remember, imaginary solutions will be in pairs. There will be 2. Imagine you got 2 plus I, it'll be 2 minus I. They'll be in conjugates. Similarly, you can try these. Now, sadly, you can't solve these in calculator. So do the shortcut method, which I told you. Directly assume values of x and then solve. Now, over here, consider x to be 0. All these cancels. It should be minus 12. Yes, it is minus 12. Similarly, over here, it should be minus 8 as the starting. Yes, it is negative 8, isn't it? Yes, this is the graph. Yes, it is minus 8. Yes, over here. So that is how we can easily solve it. So I hope this is clear. Please do try solving more problems, especially the first part, the first bit of this. This is not so easy, I know. The only way is solving more and more problems and being thorough with this. I square means it's minus 1. So whenever you get I square, it'll be minus 1. All the others will be cancelled. And so then ultimately you can solve it. So that's the end of the topic 15. Please stay tuned for the next topic. It'll be posted shortly in few as soon as possible. The topic number 16 is on composition of functions. Let us look into it. Imagine you have got numbers like this. Not numbers, sorry, coordinates for function f of x and g of x. And they have asked you to find, what is this? F of g of x and g of f of x. What this means is they're composed of each other. The functions are composed of each other. Now, these are called composed functions, and we need to state their domain and range. So if there is coordinates, it's a different method, and if there is an equation, it's different method. We will look into both of them now. If there is, say table, say the coordinates are given. Your first job, now you need to see which you're finding. First, now we will find f of g of x. Okay, we are composing the function g of x inside f of x. So write these coordinates in table form. What I mean is, make x and y values. You know which is x. The first is x, this is y. Write them. 3 minus 2. This is minus 1, minus 5, 4 and 7. And this is 10, comma 8. I apologize for the full stop. It's comma. And now you have got the first table for the function f of x. Now write the other one, g of x, same way, 4, 3, 2, minus 1, 9, 4 and 3, comma 10. So we got both of these in table. Why do we do it in table is it's much easier now to understand. Once you understand thoroughly, you do not need to use this. So for now, what we do is we have to understand what this f of g of x means. It means the function g of x is composed inside f of x. Now, what is this basically? F of x. If I have, say, f of 3, then what is the f of 3 value? What is the y value? The answer is minus 2. Now, f of minus 1 is minus 5. But now we are not dealing with x, not these numbers. We are dealing with a function altogether. Instead of this x, we have g of x. We have another function. So it is called composed function. Now, first thing is you need to understand this table, g of x table. Now here they have not specified x values. They have given this table. So all these x values must be considered. That is a very bad oval. Okay. I don't know why it's happening. Okay, anyways. So we will have to look into these values first. What do I mean is g of x, right? See what is g of 4. 4 value is 3. So instead, see now I'll show you. Over here, when we substitute 4 instead of x, we are going to get the answer 3, right? This g of 4 value is 3. So we write function g of 4 value is 3, so function of 3. Now, do we have a function of 3? It will not happen all the time. We should see whether do we have it or no. F of 3, yes. What is the value? It's minus 2, right? So yes, it is there. It is minus 2. So this is your final answer. Same way for the next thing. F of g of 2 now. Let us see what is the answer. It will be f of minus 1. Now, what is the f of minus 1 value? It is minus 5. So that is the answer. Same way over here. F of 9, g of 9. That is 4, so it will be function of 4. And then what is the function of 4 value? It is 7. Again, remember we are composing g of x inside f of x. So what do we do is we have to see the x value first over here. All the x values of the g must be considered. There is 4, 2, 9 and 3. Now when we write it as f of g, instead of x we put 3. What is this simplification? G of 3 is the answer y, that is 10. So this entire thing becomes 10. So now what is the function of 10? We have to see in this table over here it is 8. So this entire thing changes to be 8. So these are the values. So f of g of x, basically answers we got as minus 2, minus 5, 7, 8. These are the y values. Y is generally what we are looking for. X is the input variable, right? This is the output values. But what is the domain? Is it this value or is it this value? Now, sorry, is it these values 3 minus 1 or is it these values? Now you must understand the x value initially we started was 4. We put this x value of g function 4 and then we solve for f of 3 and then everything, right? So it is not 3, it is this initial value which you consider. Now we start with this table, then find this value, then check whether these are there over here, and then finally we get this table. So this x value is the input, that is the domain. 4, 2, 9, and 3. The final range is -2, -5, 7, and 8. So this is how we solve this. So the domain is 4, 2, 4, 2, 9, 3. Anyhow, we can write it. Or generally, it's written in ascending order. But sorry, my bad. I've not written it in ascending order, neither in proper descending order. And it's jumbled. So ultimately, these are the values. That's what I mean to say. And the range is all the y values, -2, -5, 7, and 8. So this is how we solve this. We will look into another type, another same type, but another problem. Over here again we have to find the same values compositions, but note here they are asking for g f, sorry, it should be g of x. Okay, my bad. It is this thing we are solving for. It is the function f of x is composed inside g of x. So this is what it means, okay? Now there must be two brackets because I opened one, open two, and I had to close two. Now over here, first table will be g of x, next table will be f of x. And now let us look the same thing what we did a while ago. So take this input value of f of x now, whatever is inside the composed function. So this is the inside function, right? You need to start their x values. So that will be 3. Start with x3. Now what is the value of f of -2? Sorry, f of 3 is y equals -2. Sorry, it's getting confused because this is f, g. But I hope you understand. Look at the question. Whichever is outside will be last. This is last. First, we need to deal with the inside function, whatever is, the second function, that is the composed function, that is over here, f of x. So these are the domain values. Sorry, wait, we'll come to that domain and range in a while, but these are the input values. Let us put f of 3, the value is -2. Now you must go over here. Okay, I am just realizing that I have done plenty of mistakes in this. I will edit it and I will. So now this is all like, it's all g over here. It's supposed to be g. Now, if you look over here, when you put the function f of 3, what was the answer you got? -2, right? So now you need to find this f of 3 was -2. So g of -2. Look over here. What is g of -2? Is there x value of -2? No, it is not there. It's wrong. Same way, check whether you have f of -1. F of -1 is, this will be there because you're choosing from here function f of x function. What is the value? It should be g of -5. Whether there is a -5 value? No. F of 4 is 7. Is there a 7 over here in the g of x? No. Even for 10 we get 8? No. So there is literally all the values over here are null set. So therefore there is no domain, there is no range. Why? Because all the values which we considered over here, as you can see, x values has the y, but none of these matches with the x values of g of x table. So that means it's all null set. It is not possible. These are not composed. So what we have to tell is, this, yes, composition exists. We did it a while ago. When we saw in the previous slide over here, we got, see, g of 4, when we solved, it was 3, and there was f of 3. F of 3 was -2. So we got the answers. But here, g of f of x does not exist. Okay? And the domain and range are null sets. That is the answer. Now we can look over here. See, it might be only one value might exist. Let's just do this quickly. F of g. Now function f composed of g of x inside it. Okay, so first let us see the x value of g. It is 4. What is the answer for 4? Okay, now check whether the x values over here have minus 4. So you can just write like this. I'm not making the table, I'm trying to do it directly. So g of x, right? G of 4 is minus 4. Now we should see whether f function has x value of minus 4. No. So this does not exist. Minus 2, same way. When x minus 2, answer will be minus 1. Whether there is minus 1 over here? No. When it is minus 4, what is the answer? When we put minus 4 here, it will be 0. Now, see over here, f of g of minus 4 means g of minus 4 is 0. So f of 0. But do we have f of 0 value? Yes, we have. What is the answer? 4. So this exists. Whereas last one, let's check. F of 6 is minus 5. There is no minus 5. So over here, what happened when we did this composition of f of g? We got the input was this, we selected, the answer was 2, and this does not exist. So the domain x value and the range y value. Range is the final answer. Yes, we got 4. But what was the domain we considered? It is minus 4. So this is the only one answer for f of g of x. So you can see over here, the first one, f of g. That means this whole means the composition of f of g. Okay, so over here we got minus 4 and 4. So what is the domain? Domain is the x value. It is only minus 4. Range is the y value. It is only one value. That's it. Now if we compose the other way around, g of f of x, if we compose g of f of x, look over here, then so many values are there. Let's just do a couple. 4. Now this one is the one. Minus 8. F of x is minus 8. What is the answer? Minus 4. Let's see whether there is minus 4. Yes, this will be when you consider 4, minus 8. When you consider minus 8 as x, that is the domain. What is the y value? Minus 4, it was 0. So minus 8 comma 0 will be the answer. See, you can see the answer. Now similarly, let's see 0 and 4, right? So whether there is 4, yes, when it is 0, you will get the answer negative 4. So it is minus 4. Similarly, 2 and 6, 6 and 5, yes, absolutely. So it will be minus, 2. It is a little tricky. You need to concentrate a lot. 2 comma minus 5 will be the answer, because 2 over here will be 6. 6 over here is the answer, minus 5. So why? These are the range, these are the domain. You can see minus 8, 6, minus 6, which we did not do, the last one, and 0 and 2 are the domains. We did not do all. We did 3. There is one more, that is minus 6 is the domain. And what will be the range? Minus 2 is minus 1. So these are all the answers. So range will be 0, minus 1, minus 4, minus 5. So that is how we can get it. Even without the table, you can do it. The table was mainly done for understanding. This is how we solve this type of problems. This is mainly when the coordinates are given. I hope you're clear with this. The domain means the x values, the range means the y values, but very important thing. If it is function f of g of x. So what happens is the domain will be whatever x values of g. So the function f of g of x, right? The domain is all the x values of g, but provided they must exist. Now g x 6 minus 12 0 5. Now over here these do not exist, so we are not considering. Only 6 exists. 6 and 8, 8 is 12. So that is the answer. Now that is the domain, that is x values of g, whereas range will be all the final answer, that is the y values of f, provided they exist. Now here only 8 exists, these all does not exist. So it will be 6 and 12 will be the answer for the first composition. Similarly, you have to do g of f of x, and you can do the other ones. So please be careful over here, be thorough, and you can solve this. This is about the composition having, provided they have given the coordinates. Now then, we will see what if the equations are given. Let us look into it now. The second type of the problem for composition functions will be with equations. You can see over here, they have told you to find the composition f of g of x and g of f of x. First of all, if they exist, and then we need to state the domain and range. A few basic properties must be known, but let's solve the problem first and then I'll tell you the other things. The most important thing is understanding the composition, which we have done just a while ago. Here, f of g of x, right? What you need to do is you need to understand that g of x will be composed inside of the function f. You need to know how to write it. The second term will always be inside. So the function f depends on what is the value of g of x. Now, what is the given values? G of x is given as what? X minus 6, right? That means f of g of x means what? All you need to do is, instead of g of x, write the function of g of x. Are you getting it? Now, basically what we are doing, f of g of x is there. Now, you need to know what is the g of x value. It is x minus 6. You're substituting inside. If it was f of x and x was 3, we would write it as f of 3. But now, f of x is not. The g of x is there. It is fine. What is the g of x value? If it was 3, we would have written 3. But here, in this case, we have x minus 6 as g of x. So all we do is, instead of this part, we write x minus 6. That is it. So this is how we get f of x minus 6. Now then, what would be the value of f of x? Now, oh, sorry, not what would be what is the value given to us as f of x? F of x is x squared plus 2, right? But here, look, here all you need to change is, instead of x, we have x minus 6. So, because f of x is what, basically? G of x, right? And what is f of g of x? It is, all you need to do is, instead of this x value, substitute the g of x value. Here, instead, just focus on these two things now. Only these two. Here, x squared plus 2 is there. That is the function of x. But we have f of g of x, right? What is the g of x value? It is x minus 6. You can see over here, instead of x, I'm just writing x minus 6. That is the g of x value. And then the square as it is, plus 2. Only which are colored in dark brown. Over here, whichever is colored in brown, you can see is changed. And then now we need to simplify. I hope you remember this identity, which you have to remember for the writing part as well, I believe. It is x minus a. It's generally given as a minus b and a plus b, the whole square. If it is minus, it becomes a squared minus 2ab plus b squared. Whereas if it is plus, it will just be plus over here. That is the only thing. Then all you need to do is use the identity and simplify over here. It'll be x squared minus 12x plus 36 plus 2. That is, why? Because a squared is x squared, minus 2 is a constant. 2 multiplied by 6 is 12, and multiplied by x, it'll be minus 12x. Plus 6 squared is 36, and add 2 to it. This is your final answer. That's it. So this is how we find the function. Now, okay, I just realized the domain and ranges are not written, but anyways, that is how you solve it. Over here again, g of x, how do you solve? Over here, they're all real numbers, so you do not need to write the domain and range. Look over here, guys. What are these functions? These are all polynomial functions. What is the domain? Domain is all real numbers. Okay, the range varies over here. Range is all values which are greater than 0. So now let's see the g of x function. Here you got g of f of x. Now only thing is, you need to put this inside. It's the other way around. You need to put f of x value inside g of x. Instead of x, you need to substitute this value. Look over here. G of x value is x minus 6. Now all you're doing is, since x is f of x, you have to put x squared plus 2. This changes to x squared. And this minus 6 as it is, only the colored part changes. This all is for understanding. You don't even need to do this because only you select the correct answer. Just jump over here, see over here. And now what else? All you need to do is substitute, simplify this. X squared plus 2. See, there is no whole square, no bracket square or anything. So it is just x squared plus 2 minus 6. It will be minus 4. That is the answer. Now, that is uh, that's it. That's how we do it. And now we will see these problems quickly over here. Same way, after you compose, what is going to happen? Now this is just polynomials. There is no square or anything. It's going to be all real numbers and all real numbers, no problem at all. Domain and range. Why? Because the power is just x, so it doesn't matter. And over here, for the f of x, you're getting an answer. So that is the most important thing. Now here, the domains are all real number. What about this? Same thing. You need to do the composition. That is, you need to put this inside x, sorry, g of x value inside of x and then simplify. That will be basically, see, if I'm just doing it directly now, instead of x, I put this minus x plus 8. What's going to happen? Plus 3x minus 24. Is it? Yes, that's the answer. Now, if it is the other way around, what do we do? It is just that instead of this x, you put minus 3x plus 8. It should be 3x plus 8. Is that the correct answer? Yes, that's the correct answer. And it's all linear function, so it's all real numbers. Now, over here, what you must do is find the range. Over here, we have quadratic, sorry. So how do we find the range? You should know the basics of parabola in this case. Okay, it's not direct. You can't directly tell the range. You need to solve for it. We will see that. You need to know graphing, or there are other methods as well. I'll tell you now. So there are a few methods like looking in the option and finding it out and everything. But what if the answer is same, but the range values differ? Now, first, let's go to the domain values. You can take this as a, like a trick. Domain almost always will be all real numbers. Why? Because you are generally given x square or x. You don't get root and all. If you get square root or something, then domain varies. Now, see what was the input value. Here, f of g of x. G of x was the first function. So this is the domain. The domain over here, it's a linear function, so it's all real numbers. So that's why it's not mentioned. But what is the range? Range is basically this answer what we get. In the previous, at the beginning of the video, when we did the table, you remember the input value starting, we took it as domain x values, and the final answers what we got range was the y value. So now this is the final one, right? Now we need to find range. But we can't use calculator directly because that doesn't help us, because range is what? Now this is positive, so it's opening upwards. From where exactly this point starts? That is what we need to find. How do we find that? Now we need to find the vertex. How can we find vertex of this? So vertex is basically given by the formula negative b by 2a. You must have remembered, you have done this before, I'm not sure. No, you have done it, I remember, but which term I don't know. So this was when you learned about parabolas, this quadratic. Even in this term, we had just briefly gone through in one of the small section. So you must remember this. Minus b by 2a is the formula. Now, what do you do is substitute the a. This is ax squared, b, and c. So substitute the values. It is negative times minus 6, negative times negative 6 divided by 2 times a is 1. So you need to solve this up. So what is the answer? When you solve this, you will get, it is minus times, it'll be minus times minus 6, that's plus 6, divided by 2 into 1. Now here you got 3, but that is not the answer. That is the x value. So this point, x value is 3. But we need range. Range is y value. So all you need to do is substitute whatever you get from here into this equation. Now, I will just substitute 3 square, sorry, 3 square minus 6 into 3 minus 2. And now what is the answer? Negative 11. So the range, this y value is at minus 11. And whether it's going up or down is determined from this value. It is positive x squared, so it is upwards. So the range is greater than or equal to negative 11. That is it. Same thing over here. Let's quickly do the next one as well. How do you do over here? All you need to do is, I'll do it directly in the calculator. The composition of function, I hope you're thorough with it. You have to just substitute the values and then simplify it. Then here, put minus, sorry, b value is 6 divided by 2 into 1. The value will be negative 3. Now you need to substitute minus 3 everywhere over here. So it's minus 3 the whole square plus 6 into minus 3 minus 8. The answer is negative 17. Now, since this x value is positive, the parabola is opening upwards. And from the vertex, we get the x value. That formula for vertex minus b by 2a is to find the x value of vertex. And then you have to find the y value by substituting it. That's it. Same thing can be done everywhere. You can try this by yourself. Just it is the same formula minus b. Sorry, it is minus b, that is 44 divided by 2 times 32. This is the x value. Now you need to substitute this back in this equation. So what I'm going to do is I'll consider that as answer because that is saved, right? I'm just using it as answer plus 44 into, or else you can write it down and type it out, negative 11 by 18 or something, plus 16. The answer is 7 by 8 or 0.875. Now, since it's positive 32, it'll go upwards. That's how you can easily solve these problems. Sorry. Now, I had solved 2 problems where I did not do the domain and range. You can do this by yourself. I'll just quickly tell you for this f of x is the composition. So look at f of x. It's all real numbers. Quadratic function domain is all real numbers. So basically, the domain is all real numbers. But what about the range? The range over here changes. What is the final answer? This is the final answer. So x squared is very simple. It's like this. Now, since it's minus 4, that means this vertex is down to negative 4. So it is opening like this, minus 4. I don't need to do all that vertex method. I can do the vertex method. I'm going to get the same answer. The vertex over here is minus b by 2a. The answer will be 0. And when you substitute 0 instead of x, you'll get minus 4. So directly you can find greater than or equal to negative 4. So this is how we find the domain. But most of the time when you solve this, when you get this answer, when you get these answers of the composition, you can mostly find the answers. Now over here, since it was all linear, see all the answers are also in linear, it's all real numbers. You don't have to solve for anything. Only when it's quadratic, the range varies because a quadratic function, natural range, when it's x squared only, is greater than or equal to 0, the y values. X value is all real numbers. That's the reason. I hope this is clear. So please do practice more. This is not so easy. You need to practice more and more problems and try to watch this video again if you're getting confused. I hope this is clear. But one more thing, when you solve this answer, you will eliminate most of the options. And then just try to find out which is the correct answer. And look at the range, If sometimes, this answer will have only one range, so you can directly get, or this might be the only answer. It depends. But even the range method is told. So please remember that if at all the ranges are same, the answers are same and range is different, then you need to do that method. So that's the end of this topic number 16. Moving on to the topic number 17. Here we find the inverse of the functions. So now over here you can see f of x is a function given as 4x squared, and they have given one more function g of x as half root x. They are asking us to know whether this is inverse or no. First of all, here there is no domain or nothing, but there is domain restrictions as well in the next part. So, in the same topic, so there are two types of problems basically. If the question is just like this, write yes or no, it is very, very simple. All you need to do is find the inverse. And you do not need to find the inverse for both, it's just for one. And I'm sure by now you have found inverse many times and you're thorough with it. But anyways, let's look into the steps. First is, instead of the function f of x, write y. F of x means it's the function of x. So that is equal to y. So instead of f of x, we write y equals 4x squared. Now the next thing over here is to swap x and y. What do you do over here is change this x to y and y to x and x to y. Look over here. All I have done, instead of y, I have written x, and instead of x, I have written y. We are swapping the x and y. Now over here, the domain is also swapped basically. So anyways, that we will, the domain and range will come about in the next type in the same topic. But here, see, this happens here. And then you need to solve for the new y, that is this y. All you're doing is take the 4 to the other side and simplify, take square root on both the sides so that y squared, the square root cancels. See, square root over here and over here, this cancels. What's going to happen over here? Look, if it is root 1 by 4, basically 4 is written as 2 square, right? It can be written as 2 square, and if there is a square, it can be cancelled. And this is 1 square is the same thing. So you can just write it as 1 by 2. Okay, 1 by 4 will become 1 by 2. And this root x remains as it is. If you're getting much confused, you can just use the calculator over here. So now in the calculator, sorry, okay, all you need to do is type it out, square root, use the fraction symbol 1 by 4. The answer is half, or 0.5. That's it, very straightforward, but it's still not over because y, what does this y mean? This is the inverse function. It's not y, replace it by f inverse, and that's it. That is the answer. And now verify this and this. Is it the same? Yes, if it is same, the answer is yes. They are same or equal. That means they are inverse function. Yes is your answer over here. Now, if you are just thinking, what if I take the inverse of this? Will I get 4x squared? Absolutely, you should get x squared. It's up to you. You can choose this or this. I've not done that, but I'll just do it over here by writing. Now, you have half root x, which I'll take it as y. And now, all you need to do is swap x and y. So this becomes x equals half root y. And now solve for y, take 2 to the other side, becomes 2x equals root y square on both the sides. It'll be y square, y only, square root and square cancels. You will have 4x square equals y over here. This is the answer. Look over here. Yes, absolutely. This is basically 4x square is g inverse, because I've taken g of x, right? G inverse of x, okay? Now, 4x squared. Here the function f of x is same thing. So they are inverse. But in the exam, don't go to do both of these. Just do one. It is more than enough because only one will prove it, yes or no. So that's the thing. Now here similarly, please do these others and we will... Okay, no. Wait, let me just check. Yeah, this is no. You can understand no because, see 1 by 3 becomes 3 and squared becomes a root, and this over here changes, but you can understand few of the parts at least. Now here 4 becomes 1 by 2 because of the square, this becomes rooted and goes down, and over here this becomes square root. If it was square root, it becomes square. Now if it's x cube, it becomes cube root. And this over here shouldn't have been 2 by 3 because it goes to the other side. It should be 3 by 2. Since I saw it's 2 by 3, I'm just telling it's no. Let's anyways check this. I will take the function f of x, 2 by 3x squared. All you need to do is take this to the other side, swap first. X is equal to 2/3 of y squared. Take 3 to the other side, goes up, and divide it by 2. because this goes down. Or you have to multiply 3 by 2 both the sides, this becomes 1. Now then, equals, sorry, it is cube. I have written wrong over here. It is cube, so power 3, 3 dimensions, so we call it cube. Now take the cube root on both the sides. This is the answer. Okay, this is the answer. Is it the same? No, here it is 2 by 3 x, over here it's 3 by 2. So this is no. The answer should be no. Let's just check. The answer is no. So that is how we do it. Very simple. All you need to do is simplify. Now here you can see it'll be square root, and over here it'll be square, but it's not correct because when you solve it you will get some other some little error. So make sure you solve it by yourself. All these problems, please do solve it by yourself and then check for the answers. If you get the same answer, if you take anything, even you can take g of x, you must get this. If you don't get this, it's wrong. Here g of x or f of x can be taken. It's easier to take f of x. Why? Take square root, this cancels, and then it's easier. So please solve them all by yourself and then check. But this is the easy part. But we are not over now. Oh, I'm sorry for the animation. I just realized this. Now, what we need to do is find the domain of function f of x, f inverse of x, and we need to find the inverse function as well. So many things. First, let us find the inverse. Just now what we did, x squared plus 5, here take this as y equals x squared plus 5, then swap the x and y. Instead of y you write x, and instead of x you write y, so it's y squared plus 5. And then what happens is, take this 5 to the other side, x minus 5 equals y squared. And then take the square root on both the sides, that becomes y equals square root x minus 5. And what is this y? That is the inverse function, f inverse of x, square root x minus 5. This is the inverse. Okay. But what about the domain and range? Do I need to find the domain for this or this? Now they have asked only the domain, so it's simple. The given function you need to understand thoroughly and write the domain and range for this. What is the given function? Here the given function is a parabola, and since it's plus 5, this point is 5. The domain for parabola is always all real numbers. Okay, all real numbers. That is greater than or equal to 0 or less than or equal to 0. I'll tell you why it's written like this in a while. But domain, it's simple. If it's parabola, it's very easy. Or if it's a linear function, cubic, always it's all real numbers. But what about the range? Now this range is the important part. Here, since you know it's plus 5, it's all the values greater than or equal to 5. Okay, so if it is just added, anything is added or subtracted, you must make sure that you understand this. Since this is a simple one, if it was something like x squared plus 2x minus 5, we have found similar problems in the last video. Please go back over there. I have told how to find this. You need to find the vertex form minus b by 2a. You'll get the x value, substitute it, and then you'll get the y value. And depending on the sign, it'll be either greater than or less than. This is if you get functions like this. Most of the time, it's like you will not get such functions because you can see they're all simple problems. So it's easy to find the range and domain. Now, coming back to the range. Here, just see whether it's plus 5 or minus 5. If it is plus 5, 5 is required over here. And where does, sorry, it's range, right? It is y over here. What happens? Is it greater than or equal to? Since x squared is positive, it's upwards. It's opening upwards, the graph. If it was downwards, negative, then it would be less than or equal to. That's the only thing. Now, I hope this is clear. Domain is all real numbers and range is y greater than or equal to 5. They have asked domain of only domain f of x. What is it? All real numbers. Okay. What is the range? What is the domain of the inverse function? The range of the given function which you solve is the domain for the other inverse function. You can find the domain. See, you can solve this and find it over here. But you do not need to do that. Why? Because the range of this particular function is itself the inverse function. Now, why it is split like this? Because now imagine you have a square root function. Sorry. uh, square root function like this, or if you have a parabola also, it's fine. The inverse is basically this inverse will be a parabola, right? Why? Square root x inverse is x square. It goes something like this. But really, you're just focusing on this particular part. Okay, this should start somewhere over here, actually. Now, now it's much better, or else it'll be touching. That's why. Now you're dealing with inverses along x is equal to y line. So this part is the only part that you're focusing. So it'll be from 0 and greater than. So we usually split it, what is happening in the left side and what is happening in the right side. It's basically all real numbers, yes, but you write it like this because it's more convenient to understand, because I'll tell you why in a while. In some type of problems it's very crucial like that, especially the square root problems. In this problem it doesn't matter. Okay, now I'll repeat most important thing which you must remember over here. Keep it in mind, whatever is the given function f of x that is given to you, find the domain and find its range. And then what you do is, all you need to do is this whatever range, it'll come as y is greater than or equal to phi, right? Don't write y, that is the domain for the inverse function. Domain for that will be, whenever you write domain, it's x is greater than or equal to phi. That is what. So whatever is the range of the given function will be the domain for the inverse function. This you must remember. Now here, these are same like what we had done. So this is simple. If it's parabola, you can easily get it. Since over here it's starting from 0, so it's like this, right? 3x squared, just the shape of this will change. Now over here, the square root function, if you solve, will be 1 by 3 square root x, I believe, something like this. Now it'll be something over here. So the domain and range is very simple, whatever we just now did. But over here in these square root functions, it little changes. I'll quickly find the inverse square root of x. That will be uh, x plus x square root. This changes to x is equal to square root y plus 6, and you square on both the sides, it becomes x, and this comes over here, minus 6 is equal to y. So this is the actual inverse function. Now don't think the domain for this function is all real numbers, it's a parabola. No, it will be wrong if you take like this. In these cases it's fine, because over here square root function, you're finding the domain later on. Here it is not possible. Here you must be careful. You must first write the domain and range of this function. What is the domain? Domain over here is square root. So whatever is greater than that plus 6, whatever is inside must be greater than or equal to 0. Whatever is inside this. So x will be greater than or equal to minus 6. That's it. Okay. What is the range? Range is the y value. Square root function. Remember, it is only greater than or equal to 0. So the range over here is y is greater than or equal to 0. Now look at the answers. What is happening? This one, yes, it's clear. It's greater than or equal to minus 6. And the domain for the inverse function, look, the range is changed. Instead of y, we put x greater than or equal to 0. So please remember this. Whatever is given, find its domain, find its range. Even in the last video, we have talked about this. Find the domain and range. Whatever is the range will become the domain for the inverse function. Now, if you're thinking why all that, now I'm just sticking to the exam topic and I've not gone in detail. I can do another video to explain exactly why it happens, because when you're swapping x and y in the finding inverse, that is why you need to understand, it's whatever is the range will become the domain for the inverse function, because there is a step where you swap x and y, right? It's swapped. So the inverse functions, sorry, I removed that. So the inverse functions range is basically the domain is basically the range of f of x. So that is it. Please go back, try to recall this video if you're getting confused, and then you can easily solve this type of problem. Solve it by yourself and then check for the answers. We move on to the next topic, that is the 18th topic. It is about graphing inequalities. Now this is about square root functions. As you can see over here, we have equations like this. Y is less than root of x minus phi. Y is greater than root of x plus 6, and different functions. I will tell you the shortcut method in detail. You might have already learned it in classes. There is various ways: table method, equation method, very basic. Equal to, you can do the table and calculator, solve it and everything. But now I will tell you a method how you can easily find the graphing, because table method, all those take a lot of time. They're not difficult, they're simple, but these tricks of graphing will be helpful to you all the time, not only this grade, next grade, MSAT exam, all the time. So that's why answer is this. How? First of all, you need to understand what is this dotted line and what is basically a straight line. Whenever you have the inequality like this, less than, greater than, you will have a dotted line like this, dotted lines. Whenever it's less, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to, it will be a straight line, solid line. That's what we call it. Now I'll just show you over here. See, we have greater than or equal to, it's all solid. Okay. Now then, what else? Now, since over here there is greater than or less than, it will be a whole. It won't be a point. So you can see this circle. The reason being, if I tell x is greater than phi, the value phi is not included. You can see this phi is not included, so it's a whole. Basically, you can see the hollow space because you're not including phi. Whereas if it's greater than or equal to, it's a point because that value is included. Say x is over here minus 3 point is included. So that is the thing. So much of basic things. Now, what is the domain of this value? How do you find where is the x value? So y is less than root of x minus phi. Find the x, just whatever is inside the root. X minus phi equals 0, so x is equal to phi. Okay, so it starts at phi. That's good, you know that. Now, other things. That is the domain. That means all the x values are less than phi. Sorry, greater than phi. I will tell you what is greater than phi, but now you understood x is equal to phi, so it will start at phi. It'll be the right side or left side, but it must start over here. This is very important. Now let's just look over here. X will be equal to negative 6. So you can see the point will be over here. Now, what about the other things? Here it is downwards. I will tell you it's very simple because it's minus sign. But how do you get this? Whatever is inside this must be equated equal to minus 3. That's why it's minus 3. And over here you might have guessed it by now. It will be plus 6. So it's like that. So you can easily find out, looking at your equations, you can easily eliminate so many options, isn't it? Now, what is this? We're dealing with square root functions. It's graphing square root function. By now, you must know if we have y equals root of x, it will always start from this function. If it is minus, it will go downwards. That is it. Now, knowing so much will make a lot of difference because now you do not need to know that because all are square root functions. It's very basic. And there's one more important thing. That is, graphing which side is the inequality, down or up. This is very important. Take a guess. Y is less than and y is greater than. What is the difference? Always, in general, for math, whenever we tell less than symbol, it is downwards. Always. You can try this. Whenever you have less than symbol, it's downwards. Greater than, y is greater than, it will be upwards. That's the only thing. So now from whatever I just now told, you can easily understand. Now here, what is the x value? Here, x value will be equal to phi, and we know square root function is always going more than. It'll always go like this. Okay, so you must remember it'll always start and go like this, but it's only less than, so it'll be dotted line going upwards. Then we know it is less than, so all the region below it, not left, not up, only downside of x is from x phi onwards. At phi you draw this, it should be dotted. Here it's greater than, so all the value above it is shaded. So you can easily find the correct answer. Now let's see the next type over here. How would you see? It's again same. See, you don't need to worry about these values beside it, that 4 and everything. It'll just decrease the thickness, or the way it is, the thickness basically. It's not thickness, it's basically, you know uh, I'm not able to get the exact word. Anyways, basically what I'm trying to say is, now imagine this is a square root function over here. This number just changes the, yeah, like the positioning. It'll be the down, it'll make it thinner or thicker. That's basically it. And you do not need to worry about it. If you find all the other things, you will directly get the answer. So now over here again, from this point, this is a hole, not a hole, it is a point. Why? Because it is greater than or equal to. In greater than or equal to, only the point of graphs which is greater upside will be answer. It's less than, it will be downwards. That is easy. Then here it is a solid line. Why? Because it's greater than equal or less than or equal, it's always solid line. Where does the x value start? Just equate this to 0 and you will get the starting point. This is more than enough. Now other times I was always telling, for graphing, just take any x value and check the answer, it must be the same. Yes, you can do that. Obviously over here you need the calculator, and once you have the calculator, take x value. I will take, say for example, 4. Instead of x, I need to put 4 over here. Square root 4 plus 3. The answer is negative 10.8. Let's check. Yes, negative 10.58. Yes, absolutely, that is correct. But why you won't get the correct answer, I mean, you need to know the other information, is because you don't know where it is shaded. The shaded is given from here. So this is it. Or there are other methods like testing a value. You need to choose a random point in the solution region, put it in the equation, both the sides, x and y, and it must be correct. And if it is correct, yes, that is true. Otherwise, it's false. There are plenty of methods, but which I told you just now is much easy. And the reason for me to tell that specific thing is this will be very helpful in the coming grades as well. So this is a very important way. So you can easily sort out any sort of graph. Whatever I just now told is standardized for all the graphs. Okay, but now you're dealing only with square root, so it's very easy. All the graphs will be like this. You should know the basic drawing of the graph, and then see where it is greater than or less than. It'll be either up or down. See whether it's this equal to sign is there, or it is only greater than or equal to. It'll be dotted and whole, or otherwise it'll be solid and a point. And then you can see the x value from this, whatever is inside square root. Remember, for the x value, where it starts over here as well, it is always whatever is inside. Now, okay, there is minus over here. I will tell you about that as well, which I just realized. Okay, this is the last two. So now here, what is inside the square root will give you the x value. It will be x is equal to 2. Is it correct? Yes, absolutely. It's greater than, it's shaded upwards. Okay, this is the solution region. Fine, because it's greater than or equal to, it's a solid line and a point. But what is this minus 12? Whatever is there adding or subtracting, if it is plus 5 or minus 5, your y-axis changes. Now, since it is minus 5 over here, this does not start on the axis, it will be moving downwards. By how many units? 5 units. This is 5. Let's count 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. It's negative 5. Here it will be negative 12. Yes, it's correct. If it was plus 12, then it would be upwards like this at plus 12. That is the y-axis part. Now you can see over here, there is nothing. So it's plus 0 or minus 0. So it's always on the axis, isn't it? So you can compare everywhere over here. It's on the axis of x because y value is 0. Only when there is an extra term like this, you need to compare this. So if there is extra term, it's really easy for you because you can easily cancel out the other options. So this is how we do for this last part. Now that's all the graphs. I hope these tricks are useful because though I've told it elaborated it, only few points are required. I'll repeat it now quickly. The symbol, whatever is inside the square root, if anything is added or subtracted. From the symbol, you will see the line and the point, how it is. And from the symbol also, the solution region will be demarked. That's it. So this is how you can solve the graphing. In the next topic, we will move to the 19th question. The 19th topic is an interesting topic where we have radicals. Now, the most important thing is reading this question. See, divide and simplify radical expression. It's very simple to do that. But by rationalizing the denominator, this is very important. What does rationalizing the denominator mean? Whenever you see this sentence, that means the denominator, anything that is down, needs to be a whole number. It can be like, say, 5, or if it's terms of x power 3, 2, anything. But you cannot have radical in the denominator. You can't have like this. Is that clear? Or like this. So this is what it means. You need to rationalize the denominator. Now there are plenty types. I'll just quickly go to the questions and then I'll come back and solve these. See over here. Now you can see that these are the questions. Here there is variables. Now this is the method. This is you need to know what's the method exactly. But for this, there is a shortcut method. The method is very simple. You should multiply by the conjugate of the denominator. That is, you need to multiply root 3 plus root 2 divided by root 3 plus root 2. Use the properties a square minus b square and solve it. That's how we do it. But since it's all numbers, see, all these are all numbers, I will tell you a shortcut method in calculator. So whatever I'm teaching now is if the variables come. Okay, so this variable part needs to be solved like this. Now we will go back over here and start solving it. You need to use basic properties and get to the lowest form, but remember rationalizing denominator, right? So now, first of all, try to split this cube root thing over here and over here. It's the same thing. Okay, we can write it the whole, or over here we are now simplifying. That's why let's simplify this up and down separately. In the calculator, if you put this cube root of 125, you're going to get 5. You can directly write 5. Otherwise, you can write 5 cube and this cube root and cube cancels off. What about 24? Now this you won't get it directly. Now if you use your calculator, shift and this symbol gives you cube root directly. Or you can use shift and this over here. You are put the number root as it is, like whichever root is there, the number, and then press 24. You're gonna get a rational. So this is a problem. You can't directly do this. How you need to do is see which is the nearest number which you can write it as cube root. Obviously, since this is a small number, 2 is the most appropriate one. Now 2 to the power 3 you can get is 8. Whereas if you go to 3 to the power 3, it's over 24. It's 27. So you need to write this in terms of 2 to the power 3 into something. This 2 to the power 3 is 8. So what is that something? That is obviously 8 3 is that 24. So you write this. So you basically find the factors of 24 from this number. So 2 to the power 3 is, because you need to start from 1. 1 obviously is 1, so it doesn't help. Okay, start with 2. 2 to the power 3 is 8. Whereas if you go to 3 to the power 3, it's more than this. So no, this is the only. So it's much easier. 2 to the power 3 is 8. How much is remaining? 24 by 8 is 3. That is the factors over here we get. And then what about this? Now basically this radical a power 6 can be split as, you don't need to, just remove this off. It is 6 divided by 3, that is a power 2. So you can write it directly. It's up to you. This is the technical way, but you can write it directly. It's no problem at all. Now you will be reducing this by factoring into cubes. You're reducing this over here. No, I'll just directly write the next one over here. See, 2 is gone. Why? Because this and this gone, so 2 is out. And this also cancels, and a square is out. What is remaining in the cube root is only 3. And look over here, we are not bothered about the numerator. We are more focused on the denominator. This is already solved, it's 5. So this is the simplified form. You need to simplify the numerator as much as possible, but this denominator, you can't leave it like this. See, for example, this, no, it will be wrong. You should have a whole number. And don't worry, the problems will be such that you can reduce it. Or if not, there are methods. Now, for example, over here, directly use the shift 4 and just check the numbers 2, 5, 6. Oh, sorry, this is 4 over here. And then we get 2, 5, 6. It is 4. Now over here, this is done. What about z to the power 4? Z to the power 4, and it is radical 4, so it will be divided by 4. It's z. So denominator is almost done. It's 4 by z, just looking at the problem. Now, is it rationalized? Yes, it's all numbers. That's fine. See, now the final answer will be only that. See, the denominator, it's over. But what about the numerators now? You got 4 over here. Now, what about this 80? This is a bit... Now, you can just put this as 80 and try. Are you getting the answer? No. So now let's try 2 to the power 4. It is 16. Now, how many times 16 is 80? What you can do is 80 divided by 16 will give you the answer. It's 5. So you need to split this 80 in terms of 2 to the power 4, that is 16, into 5. And then why you need to write this, I will come. Okay, we can just write it like this. This is the best thing. Now, but there's a better way to write it. Over here, everything, sorry, this I've removed. So I can't write this if I'm writing the power 4. So this is what is happening. Okay, after you split the top and the denominator, the upper part will be simplified as 2 to the power 4 and 5. But what about this remaining thing? Now, if you look carefully, look over here. If you split, what they are doing is they're writing this as 3 times 4 and y2. Why is that? If you look carefully, you don't have 14 divided by 4 will be a decimal. No, you can't use this. So what you do is, what is the nearest whole number for if you divide by 4? It is 12. 12 by 4 is 3. Okay. How much is more? 2 is more. So what you're doing is basically you're splitting that y to the power 14 as y to the power 12 and y squared. This is what we are doing. Now look, if you divide this by 4, this will be 3, and over here this will be power 2. I mean, you can write it as like this. That's fine. So this is what happens, or it'll be basically 2 by 4. It is half, so it'll be square root. So this is why we are doing that. Now over here everything can be split out. Here this will cancel, 2 to the power 4 and radical 4. This will remain as it is. Now here this cancels, you will get y to the power 3, and this will be like this. You can split that into root, direct root, but since you have 5 and y square, you don't write it. Okay, you can write it like this. It depends on the option. Sometimes there might be like this as well, only square root. It depends on the options. Okay, anything is correct. Now the most important thing is this magnitude symbol. I'm sure everyone have noticed this. Why is this there? Try to pause the video and think about it for a while, and then you can listen to why it is. Now, can there be a negative answer when it is even power? Say for example, I have even radical like this. You can start from 2. Can I have any negative answer? It's error. But look over here. Is it possible for odd? Yes. But now let me go to even. Is it possible? No. If I go to any even number, say 12, it's odd. Error. Only for odd number there is. So now what happened is, you solved this, you simplified this, which was an even root. Can you see this was an even root? You removed the root. The answer over here you're getting is y to the power 3 when you're removing it outside the root. But look over here. Initially this was inside. Remember, y to the power 3 can be negative. See, if I take minus 5 to the power 3. Imagine this minus 5. It is negative 125. This would not make sense. Why? Because just a while ago it was inside the radical of even. And now if you take y as minus 125, it wouldn't make sense, right? It cannot be negative. So that is why we are denoting this two sign. Magnitude. What does magnitude do? Magnitude would change any negative sign to positive. This is why we denote it. We are just telling this, yes, when we removed it out, it became cube, but note that that cannot be a negative sign. We cannot have a negative sign because it was inside a even radical. That is why we added. Now let's look into the answers. It's easy to figure out. Now sadly over here, see this one, it's having power 4. Whenever you solve this, over here, look, this can be simplified. We have to rationalize the denominator, right? Basically, I will solve one of the problem, how to solve this type. But anyways, when you simplify and bring it out, remember, you have to put this to magnitude symbol. If it is odd power, no problem at all. Okay, so this is very, very important to remember. Now if it was odd power over here also, it's fine, this is also fine, but whenever it's even and even and then you bring it out to odd, you have to mention it. Let me solve one of these because this is a little different. Now here you are getting 5a to the power 5. Okay, I'm just writing the same thing, there's no point. Now here let's do the first step. You need to have a even power because it's square root, that is 2 over here, so you need to split this as 5a to the power 4 and a. Okay, this is the thing. And over here what do? Can we keep the can we do the same thing, 12 and b? No, it is not possible because we have to rationalize this, isn't it? So basically you need to multiply b up and down. Not a whole b, it is just a square root b. That is multiply, this is 13. Let us multiply square root b upside and down over here. Why do we do this? So now when it goes inside the square root, I'll take this a to the power 4 out, it will be a squared. 5 remains, a b divided by, now b 13 and plus 1, it will be b to the power 14 square root. This can be simplified as numerator is already done, only the denominator will become b to the power 7. This is why now it is rationalized in the denominator. We are going to get whole number. You can see a square root 5ab divided b to the power 7. What basically happened in this method which I just now did? Here we are multiplying root b up and down because we cannot keep this non-rationalized. We have to get this as a whole number. That is the reason why we take it as 7. We multiply this root. Same way over here, for example, anyway, if you cannot rationalize it, we need to multiply. See now this one as well, second one as well. We have to basically multiply root x divided by root x. So denominator will be 10x to the power 4. Numerator will be 7. Root x squared. And then you will have to simplify and you will get the answer over here. And that's it. Okay, now I forgot about one more thing. Look at the number 10. You can't, there is no proper answer for root 10, isn't it? It'll be a decimal. You can't have decimals. You should have a whole number, right? Look at root 10. What is this? It is 3.13. No, it's not possible. So you need to multiply root 10 as well. Multiply root 10 up and root 10 down. So now when you multiply this 10 into 10, or it's squared, this can be cancelled, it'll be 10, right? So what we do is multiply this root 10 inside, 70, and this x squared can be removed out. It'll be x, wait, I'll just remove this x squared, 1 second. I'm just removing this x squared out, it'll be x divided by root of 100, and x power 4 will become x square over here outside. Now you can cancel this x with this square, this is gone, and this will be 10. So it will be root 70 by 10, only one x remains, it's x. It should be root 70 by 10. Yes, that's the correct answer. I hope this is clear. Look, what we have to do is we have to multiply root x to this up and root 10. Why? Because this denominator needs to be rationalized. That's the reason. And then basically when we remove the x squared from the radicals, we can cancel up a numerator denominator, and this is how we get it. So very straightforward. And okay, so that is about these variables. Now we will see how to do the numbers. For the numbers, you need the calculator. Let's take the calculator over here. This is the shortcut. The conjugate method I told you, you have to multiply the denominator and everything. It's a long method. I mean, it's not that hard, but since you can do very easily in calculator, let's do this. Write this as it is over here in the calculator, and here you go, that's the answer. But there are cases where you won't get the exact answer. Most of the time this will work, but sometimes what happens is you will get your answer like this, 18.87. Then what you have to do is you will have four options, right? Compare. So imagine these are the four options. No, this is wrong. So what I'll do is I'll just put the other option here, and then 7 root 3 divided by 11, and press this S and D. My answer was 18 point something. No, this is 0.71. This is wrong. So then when you try the correct answer, only then when you put that option, press equal to and press SD, then you will get in decimal form. These both must match. So what you need to do is, once you get the answer, because there are some cases, I'm not sure where you'll get it. Let me just try this one. 3 root 7 divided by root 5 minus 1. Now, even over here, you can see there's a little bit of difference. 3 root 35 is first, plus 3 root 7. It's one and the same. But sometimes there are cases where you'll directly, when you put this, you'll directly get as a fraction. So write this out. Write this. Write it somewhere. Write at least 3 to 4 decimal points. And then put the answer. Type in the answers, all the four options. But still, it's not so lengthy as solving it. Quickly, you can put it in your calculator, all the four options, and then solve it up and match it with the decimal what you have written. So this is how we can solve them easily. So that's it. Now, whenever there is variable you cannot solve it, please do this method. You need to resolve the the denominator. So that's how we can do it. So that's it basically. Now, okay, I just realized this one over here. So I'll do this because there's number and variable. Anyways, so what you need to do is multiply the numerator and denominator with this. See, multiply, wait, let me write it over here itself, okay? So all you're doing is 3, but instead of minus, you do plus, opposite sign. If it was plus over here, then you multiply with minus. Okay, so now what happens is you're using the property over here, that is a squared minus b squared equals a plus b, a minus b. So you can see a, it's plus over here, so the opposite signs, minus and plus, b, b. So you can directly square them, or if you cannot remember the identity, it's fine. All you need to do is put it in the calculator because they're numbers, right? So all you need to do is open the bracket, 3 minus root 2, close the bracket, multiply it with, you're multiplying this with 3 plus root 2, close the bracket. Just simply solving it. The answer is 7 over here. Okay, so now what's going to happen? I'll write it over here. The denominator is 7 when you solve it. Why? Because 3a square is 3 square, that is 9, minus root 2 square will be 2. 9 minus 2 is 7 if you use the Kanun. But in calculator, same answer. Now the numerator, what is going to happen over there? You're multiplying 7 into 3. It's going to be 21x, and multiply 7x with this root 2 plus 7 root 2x. So this is what has happened now. You can see over here what is common. This 7 is common. Let me just remove this. 7 is common in the numerator. It will be 7, 3x. Basically, you can just leave this 7 as it is and just multiply x. It's the same thing. Okay. And we have root 2x. Now divided by 7. Can I cancel this? Yes, I'll cancel the 7. You're remaining with 3x root 2x. It should be plus over here in the middle. And that's it. That is your answer. Let's check the answer. 3x x root 2, or you can write root 2x, it's one and the same. So this is how you simplify it. Multiply with the numerator and the denominator by the, sorry, multiply the conjugate of this. See this, what a conjugate means, opposite sign. If it's minus, you must have plus over here. Multiply in the numerator denominator and then simplify. But since it's numbers, you can directly put in the calculator and simplify it. So this is how you solve it. Otherwise, if it's variable, I've already told you in the previous section. So that's how we do it. So that's the end of the topic 19. We will go now to the topic 20. We move on to the last topic in part 2, that is the 20th topic. The first 20 questions are MCQs, where you will have 4 options, and the next part, part 3, is all writing. So over here, in this, since 20th topic is in part 2, I will tell you the shortcut method to do this rather than the entire method. But for this part, you need to know the solving. Now, always, whenever you have the option, just make sure when you have questions like this, put it in the calculator as it is. Phi root alpha x equals, equals 1. Shift and solve. Here the answer is 0.04. Look, the answer you will have is generally in fractions. Now what you need to do is you need to solve all the 4 options and press SD, and you will get the answer 0.04. That would be the correct answer, because only one option will give you the correct answer. Same way you can try any of them. Now this is a big one. I'll just do this 2 plus 3. P is the variable, but we write alpha x as the variable, plus 7 equals 6. And shift and solve, you will get the answer 3. Over here the answer is 3. Same way you can solve the others. It's very, very simple. There is no extraneous solution in these. Even over here, it's no problem. Now, for example, if I'm doing this one, it looks complicated. 4 minus, open the bracket, 1 minus 7 alpha x, that is the variable, to the power 1. Okay, see, the thing is I have to press on. Once I shift and solve, press on. Otherwise, you need to, your sometimes the format changes. Now I will type it quickly. Open the bracket, 1 minus 7 variable. I have to write x, but over here there's u as variable, to the power 1 fraction 3. What I was about to say a while ago is don't write it as 0.33. There will be change in the decimal value sometimes. I mean, like, it's not significant, but it's still, there'll be small change after many decimal points. So this is it. Press shift and solve, you'll get the answer. Sorry, what happened? Is equal to 0. 4 minus, yeah, everything is right. Shift and solve. Yes, that's the answer, minus 9. And same way, even if it's cube root, for example, over here, all you need to do is shift, and this symbol gives you cube root directly. Now look over here, press on. Now the syntax changes, the format changes to v, that is variable x, minus 7 equals minus 2. Shift and solve. The answer is negative 0.5, which is negative half. This is the way to do this. But now look at these problems. I'll pause the video. You guys pause the video and try to solve them, and then I will continue. I hope you tried by pausing the video. Let me type this as it is. Alpha x minus 15 equals 3 minus alpha x. Sorry, root of x. Okay. Shift and solve, you'll get error. Okay, you're getting an error, right? I've not typed anything wrong. Yeah, let me just put this. See, you'll get an error, or it says can't solve. So make sure whenever in your calculator you might get an error. Whenever there is an error, that means it's an extraneous solution. What does this extraneous solution mean? Now, see, the solution 16 is the answer. Let's solve this. You need to square on both the sides to solve, and then apply the identity a minus b the whole square square on the right side. That is a square minus 2ab plus b square. Now here let's solve it. It'll be x minus 15 equals 3 square 3 square minus 2ab, that will be 6 root x plus b squared, that will be square root of x, the whole square is x. Now simplify it. This cancels both the sides, and then you can take this to the other side. It'll be 6 positive 6 root x equals, take this to the other side, it'll be 9 plus 15. Now you will get root x equals 15 plus 9 is 24. X's, they divide both the sides by 6, so what will be the answer? 6 fours are 24. Root x equals 4. What is x then? Square on both the sides, you will get 4 square. X is equal to 16, isn't it? But we got the answer, x is 16. Simple steps. Same thing over here. If you want to solve this, take power 4 both the sides. Take this first to the other side. It'll be 5 minus 7 minus 4 the whole power 4 and everything. So now look over here. 16 we got. Let's put this answer back over here. 16. If I put 16 minus 15, 3 root, will I get same on both the sides? Let's try. The left side would be, on now here, left side would be 16 minus 15, that is 1, because 16 minus 15 is 1, square root of 1 is 1. Whereas in the right side will be 3 minus square root 16, that will be 3 minus 4. What is the answer over here? It is negative 1. So left side I got 1 equals negative 1. Is this correct? It's wrong. It can't be negative 1. It must be 1. So whenever they do not match the answers, if you put it back, this equality or the equation is not matching or is not true, that means you have an extraneous solution. So the best way to find it out is use the calculator, solve it. And when you get a math error in the calculator or it says it cannot solve this problem, that means it's an extraneous solution problem. And then just quickly solve it up. And then you can get the answer. So this is how you solve the extraneous solution problem. Otherwise, directly in the calculator, you will get the answer. Let me do this big one. It is shift and this symbol over here. Type 6, then variable y as x in the calculator because we don't have other variables. Plus 2 plus 9 must be equal to 14. Now shift and solve. What is the answer? 15,623. That's the correct answer. So this is how you solve it. Please do solve them all by yourself and then check the answers. There is an important thing. Whenever you solve it, do try applying in the question and then solve it. It's not always you'll get extraneous solution, only in some cases. So if in the exam you have the option of extraneous solution, just beware. So try after you solve it in the calculator. If you get the answer, that's it. Only if you do not get the answer, then you need to solve it up for the extraneous solution. So that is it. So you do not need to try all the time. Sorry, you just do it in the calculator and it will tell you whether it's extraneous or no. If there is no solution, it is extraneous solution. But if you directly get the answer, that's it. So that is basically the end of the part 2. I hope it has been useful for you guys. If you have any doubts, any suggestions or anything, please do put them in the comments and I'll try to get back to you as soon as possible. If you have not yet subscribed to my channel, please do subscribe. That would mean a lot to me. And I wish you all the best. Happy learning. And I'll try to do the part 3 as soon as possible. All the best and happy learning. Hello and welcome back. Welcome back to the part 3, the last part in the end of term 3 exam. This is writing. There are only 3 questions, but they carry a lot of marks because they are totally of 20 marks. And then there is 2 bonus questions as well, which can be any topic what we have learned throughout the term 3. If you want to know more about those topics, you can go to the playlist on the regular lessons of term 3, which I've uploaded already. You can go through them. Now we will focus on the main three topics that have been mentioned to you. And the first topic over here, the 21st topic, is to divide polynomials by synthetic division. But they have mentioned over here the topic 5 to 16. And if you look closely, 5 to 16 includes long division and synthetic division. So just to be on the safe side, I'm going to do both of the methods, not only synthetic division, the long division as well. Synthetic division was already done before in the previous topics, but I will do the long division, then I will go to synthetic division. Here now, comparison of long division and real numbers and of real numbers and polynomials. This is just a basic understanding of comparing simple numbers and polynomials. What's the difference? Now imagine you have been asked to divide 288 by 3. What's going to happen? So you write this symbol over here, you write whatever you are to divide, and the divisor which is being divided by, that is 288 divided by 3. This 3 is the divisor, this is the dividend. So divisor, dividend, we write them. And then we see for the numbers over here, is this first digit 2 less than 3? Yes. If so, then take 2 digits from here. So 28, is it less than 3? No. 3 is less than 28. So then you can start dividing. You have to take 9, which is the closest to divisible number to 28. So if you know the tables of 9 times is 27. So it is just one difference. We write 27 and then change the sign here and then subtract and write 1. But it's not over. There's one number remaining which comes down now. That bring it down to 8, and now write this over here 6, and you can see 8 3 times 6 is 18. The remainder is 0. This is what we have done in long ago. Been a grade 4 and 5, you have done this method. Now here it's not very much different. Basically you take the terms which is divisible and divide this, right? Same thing. Look over here. Here it changes a little bit. Look at this term and divide the first term only, not the entire term, only the first term. Okay, here we take the entire term. Over here we see only this first terms. X squared divided by this term is equal to x. So that means you need to multiply this by x to get x squared. Or else you can think like this. What do you have to multiply this term with to get x squared? To equate these two terms, it is by x. So divisor dividend. Now this x, multiply it over here, you're going to get x squared minus x. What does this mean? It's x times x is x squared. Don't forget there's one more term which you need to multiply with my x. It'll be minus x over here. Next, what do? Here you change the sign. Over here we change the sign, it's the entire number, but here there are two terms. So we change the sign individually. For this minus, and this minus becomes plus. Now solve it. The intention of changing sign is to cancel this. Now it's cancelled, right? Over here what happens is plus x minus 4x will be minus 3x. It's not over. Now bring this term down. You bring this down, and now you need to multiply this by minus 3 to equate it. X times minus 3 will become minus 3x. Minus 3 times minus 3 is plus 3. Now change the signs over here, plus and minus. Both cancels off. You know, they are the same thing. It will just become plus over here. Plus and minus becomes 0. This plus and minus becomes 0. The remainder is 0. That's how we do it. Now this is a very simple problem. Now we will look into, this is the answer, the quotient. Okay. Now we will look into a, like a proper problem. Here this is the divisor, the bigger number, the first number is the dividend. Write them, use the steps of long division. Write the dividend inside, divise outside. What do you have to multiply this x term to get x squared? It's x. So multiply x times x is x squared, 4 times x is 4x. Change the signs and now solve it. Here you're going to get this is cancels, and minus becomes add and write the negative sign. 5 and 4 will be minus 5 and minus 4 will be minus 9x. Bring this down over here. It'll be minus 36. Now do the same thing. What do you have to multiply x to get negative 9x? If you're getting confused, just divide this over here, divided by x. This x cancels, what's remaining? Minus 9. So you have to multiply by add minus 9 term and multiply x by minus 9. You'll get minus 9x. 4 times minus 9 is minus 36. They are the same terms, so when you subtract each other, it'll be 0. That's the answer. The quotient is x minus 9. That is it. The remainder is 0 over here. Let's try one more over here. Same thing. Dividend is above term, divisor is over here. But now look, this is a bit complicated because it's just not multiplying z or x or single term. You need to look carefully. You need to multiply 3z power 2 to get, because this is only z power 1. So 3z power 2, multiply this, you're going to get the first term same. Our main intention is to cancel this term and reduce these. Minus 5 times 3 is negative 15, z squared. Change the signs, this first term cancels. Over here you'll get only plus z squared. Why? Because 15 minus 14 is 1 z squared. Now bring this minus 7z down, and then now what do you need to multiply? It's only z. So z multiplied by z is z squared, and minus 5 times z is minus 5z. Solve it again. The first term gets cancelled. Z squared cancels because it's negative and plus. Over here you will have minus 2 because minus 7 plus 5 is minus 2z. Bring the next term down. What do you have to multiply now? Minus 2. Minus 2 times z would be a minus 2z, and minus 5 times minus 2 is plus 10. Look carefully. First term cancels off. What happens over here? Minus 10 plus 3 is minus 7. You are getting some remainder. Now, this is the answer, the quotient. 3z squared plus z minus 2. But there is some remainder. How do we write it is, basically write the quotient first, whatever is there. And then you need to write this term divided by the divisor. The remainder divided by the divisor. That is what we do. See, 3z squared plus z minus 2 minus 7 divided by the divisor z minus 5. Now this is your final answer. You can see this and over here. The remainder. See, this is the final answer. This is your quotient, remainder, but write it accordingly. This would be the answer. So they usually prefer it, see, like this. You can see over here. They write it remainder divided by the divisor. So this is for you guys. You have to do the long division method over here. They have mentioned the long division. So please solve this by yourselves and then check the answer. If you're thinking, what is this power minus 1? It's nothing. It means it's division. D squared plus 4d plus 3 divided by d plus 1. This is your divisor. So please do them by yourself and then check for the answers. They have mentioned 5 to 10 is from long division. These 6 problems are from long division. I hope this is clear. If not, please pause the video and go back again. And if you have any doubts, put in the comment section. Now then, we will go to synthetic division. Now, here we will use synthetic division. There are few steps you must remember. Synthetic division is only possible when it's a binomial. And one more thing is, there are certain things you must follow. Say, for example, x plus 3. You need to equate this to 0 and find what is the x value. It is minus 3. So minus 3 is very important. You must write it over here. Or you can just take it as a thumb rule. Whatever this number, change its sign and write. This number x plus 3, write minus 3. That's it. Write all the coefficients now. 3, minus 2, minus 53, everything over here. And then all you need to do is, see, this is a same step. Bring this term down, write it. You need to multiply this term with this and write the answer over here. What is happening? Minus 3 times 3 is minus 9. I'll repeat it. Solve this now. Add this. What's the answer you're going to get? Minus 11. Now, whatever the answer is down, you need to multiply this minus 3 with this and write over here. That will be 33 because negative 3 times negative 11 is positive 33. Add these two terms. Just add them. Doesn't matter the sign, no changing sign, just add them. It'll be minus 20. Now, this multiplied whatever is down over here, and then write the answer over here. It's 60. The answer is 0. Always remember the last term, this line is drawn for the last term, is a remainder. The remaining terms are the factors. You start with the remainder. Don't write any coefficient over here. This is a constant value. This is x, and this will be x squared. Always look at the dividend. It was 3x cubed. It will reduce by 1. It depends on the binomial. Because in synthetic division, there is only binomials. It will be reduced by 1. Now, again, let's see. This is the quotient, 3x squared, which I've written over here. I've written 3x squared minus 11x minus 20. It's very simple if you follow the method. Now, let's look into one more problem. All you need to do is over here now, there is a little difference. Always the leading coefficient of the divisor must be 1. So this must be 1. What do? There is 2x minus 2, right? Don't worry, just divide everything by 2. But you can't just divide the denominator, even the numerator. Divide everything by 2 over here. So you're going to get 2x to the power 4. 37 divided by 2 is 18.5x squared. 4 by 2 is 2. 9 by 2 is 4.5. Here it will be 2x divided by 2 is x minus half. Now you can tell what is the x value. X equals positive half. So write this. Positive half is 0.5 over here. And then write the coefficients. These are the coefficients. 2, 0, negative 18, all that. Why 0? Because there is no x to the power 3. That's why we write 0. Now, again the same method. First term comes down. Multiply this over here. Write the answer over here. So 1. Add these both terms. 1. Multiply over here. It's 0.5. Add these both. Negative 18. Multiply. 9 minus 9. Add these both. Minus 7. Multiply. It'll be negative 3.5. Add 1 is the remainder. Don't worry, we have already written. See, write these coefficients. Now we are constant x squared, x cubed. See, the power 4 reduces by 1. It's power 3, highest degree over here. 2x to the power 3, x squared minus 18x minus 7. Now, what about the remainder? 1 divided by the divisor, x minus half. Or you can do one thing. What you need to do is just multiply over here by 2 and over here by 2. Only for this term. Because this is basically 1, isn't it? You're not doing anything wrong. You're just manipulating this. So this numerator becomes 2. Denominator becomes 2x minus half into 2 is 1. So you can write this. You're not done anything wrong. It's basically this 1 is for this denominator, but you can multiply both the sides by 2 and get 2. This is it. That is the answer. So it's a very simple method. You should know the trick. You know how it goes. See, what happens is synthetic division saves your time considerably. Long division took us so long, but the synthetic division saves a lot of time. That's it. So please do try these by yourselves. Look over here, these are all simple, but now this one you need to divide entire above. I think so it's the same. No. Above term and the below term must be divided by 2, and then over here you must divide both the terms by 3 and then solve it up. Other all are very straightforward. Please do solve it up and then check the answers. If you have remainder over here, make sure you divide by the divisor. If there is remainder 0, then just this is the answer. We saw in the previous problem. If the remainder is 0, it's something like this. Otherwise, you'll have the remainder divided by the divisor. That is the end of the division. I've not just done synthetic division, I've done long division as well. The reason is because 5 to 16 is mentioned in the Heikel, the exam scheme. And the first few problems were long division, and the next over here were synthetic divisions. If you have any doubts, please post them in the comments. And in the next section, we will do the topic number 22. The 22nd topic for the end of term 3 exam is factoring. It is to solve polynomials by factoring. Looks very simple, but there can be many different types of questions in this. 1 to 15, we will solve each type of them. But there is one more important thing, that is the formulas, the kanun. It is very important for you to remember these. If you're summing two cubes, a cube plus b cube, it would be a plus b bracket a squared minus ab plus b squared. If it is a cube minus b cube, it will be a minus b. Look over here. If it's plus this small term over here, a plus b will be plus. If it's minus, it'll be minus. Now, if it is minus over here, then inside the other terms, a squared plus ab plus b squared will all be positive. Whereas look over here, this is positive, but over here you will have negative when you multiply the a and b term. So this is it. Now, a will vary. It can be 2x, 3z or anything. Based on that, you must write. And there are a few more over here. Uh, Basic formulas. Some of this you might have known already. Sorry. We will come across most of this, how to group and everything. You don't need to worry. These two, very important, and the perfect square you must always remember. A plus b the whole square, a minus b the whole square, a square minus b square. These are the 5 formulas. Please take a note of these, because this is not only now, every time in your next grade or in the grade 12, you will have to know. Maybe this and this may not be used so much in later on, but the others will be used. Now then, we need to factor each polynomial. If the polynomial cannot be factored, write prime. Now look over here, 8x cubed 125y to the power 12. Now when you look at this, look at the highest degree, that is 12. Look at the lowest degree, it is 3. So what you must understand in your mind is, you need to get in terms of cube. Because then we can use the cube formula. Just now we saw, right? Sum of cubes or difference of cubes formula. So now how can you resolve this? Since these numbers, most of the time, it will be much easier to predict. Now here, 2 cube is 8. X cube plus, what is 125? It is 5 cube. 5 times 5 is 25. 125, 25 times 5 is 125. Then lastly, we have y12. We can't write this, right? We need to have cube outside, because everything needs to be cubed outside. So inside, try to adjust. 12 divided by 3 would be 4. So y to the power 4 whole power 3 would make it 12. So this is how you simplify it. This is very, very important. Now you can see over here, you have just, see, this can be written as 2x the whole cube. Even over here, you can write 5y to the power 4 the whole cube. Why? Because both is having cube. What is having cube? This factor and this factor. So you can write it inside the bracket because both are cubed. Now that's how we get this statement. Now we can use the formula, isn't it? Just simply apply the formula which we had just seen a while ago. It is, I think so, the formula, okay, it's sum of two cubes. I'll write the formula. It is a plus b, because there is plus, then we must write a square minus ab plus b square. Very, very important. A plus b is 2x plus 5y, and 2x square minus 2x into 5y to the power 4 plus 5y to the power 4 the whole square. So that is it. Now then, you can rearrange and solve what you can. 2 square is 4, x square will remain as it is. Now multiply 2 times 5 is 10, and xy to the power 4. And what about 4 to the power 2? Look carefully. Whenever you're having power and you have power over power, again this power, this exponents are multiplied. Okay, you're not taking power of 4 square means 4 to the power 6. No, you're just multiplying this power 8. Whereas if it was y square y cube, then you just add the powers. It would be y5. Here, if it would have been plus y square, then it would have been y to the power 6. This is the difference. You must understand this. Since over here, y power 4 whole power 2, we multiply the powers and get this answer. Now, that's it. Basically, that's the simplification. You can't go further. You have already simplified, so that's enough. Similarly, you can try this problem. Now, here, okay, this is a little bit tricky because you might think, okay, we have done this, right? What we will do, we will take y power 2 the whole cube. Yes, you can do it like that. But then the 64 is a problem. What's the problem with 64? You need to write it in terms of 4. And then again, you need to simplify these squares and it'll be much complicated. Instead of that, now you can do one thing. We know 8. Now, sorry. Since 8 is there, it is very easy to remember 8 into 8 is 64. Since it's a huge number, it's not a small number like 2 to the power 3 or 3 to the power 3. No, since this is 8, we will square it because 64 is a perfect square. So we will square this, right? 8 square y to the power 3 the whole square minus, since it's minus, one more reason why we use square. Now if it was not minus, if it was plus, you had to take it by cubic method. There is no other way. Since there is minus, we know there is a formula a square minus b square. This reduces the power and that is why we need it. Now y to the power 3 whole 2, all you're doing now is using this identity. Can you see? Now here this can be written as 8x the whole square, that is a minus y cube the whole square. Now this can be written, a is 8x cube, okay, I forgot the cube over here, 8x cube plus y cube, and same thing 8x cube minus y cube. This is a formula which we had to remember. And then now you can use the differences of the square and the sum of squares. That means this can be used like this. See, 2x whole cube. Why? Because 2 to the power 3 is 8. Now then, apply this, 2 to the power 3 plus y. You can, instead of 8, you can write it as 2x to the power 3. And then what do? All you need to do is use the formula sum and differences of cubes. What happens? Here, a plus b, a square minus 2 times ab plus b square. Again over here, a minus b, and then a square minus plus 2xy plus b square. So this is the most simplified form and you can't simplify further. You stop over there. So main thing is, given question needs to be simplified. Even if you don't get the exact simplification, it is fine. It is writing. We'll understand. So write as much as you can. Try to simplify further as much as you can. Okay? And this is the thing. Now then, these are for you. You need to solve them by yourself and then check for the answers. It is very simple. Some of them, similar ones, we have done it already. Now, try it by yourselves and then we will look into the other problems. These are the answers over here. Okay, so these are all the answers. Please solve it by yourself and then check for the answers. You can see there's a repeating pattern. Whenever you're cube directly, it is very easy because this is the pattern. Now over here, since it's square over here, it's squared. It'll be in terms of square you can write. So there's a different sorry, no, you can write it as cube. Over here, what you do is you remove x out. See, x can be removed out. So it'll be 64x power 3 plus y power 3. The whole thing multiplied by x. So you can easily solve this. We have done this already, similar problem. And then you can arrive at that solution. Then you can multiply the x inside. Similarly, please do solve all of this. And then we will continue in the next type of problem. So these are the answers. Let's go to the next. Now, 1 second over here, guys. If you look carefully, see, these coefficients can never ever be resolved. That's the problem. That's why it's prime. Look over here, 8, 24, 64, or there is no coefficients. Whenever they give you number, it will be simple and easy that you can resolve it. Say 8, it is 2 to the power 3. 64, It'll be for, x will be removed out, so it'll be 4 to the power 3. So this is what I'm saying. You need to have, or you can reduce it to, 4 to the power 3. That's the thing over here. Then you will solve it. See, if at all you cannot reduce the power, this is not possible, these coefficients. So you just tell it's prime. It's not possible over there. Okay? We will see this another type of problem. Here they have told factor this. Factor 14ax square minus 16by plus 20cy. This is all the equation. If the polynomial cannot be factored, write prime. Now over here, this is the original expression. What we are doing is, this is a very easy one. You can see x square, x square, x square, y. Let's split those terms. Let's group them into like terms. Wherever x square is there, we have grouped, and wherever y is there, we have grouped. And now remove something common out. How do you remove common? See, if you remove the 7 over here, 7. 7 2 times is 14, 7 4 times is 28, 7 5 times is 5. And over here, x square is common in all, so remove out x square. And then over here, the same thing. Say y is common in all, remove that, and 4 is common in all, remove that. Simplify these two terms as much as possible. Now you can see these two terms are absolutely same, only the inner terms, the coefficients are different. So basically you're removing the same terms again out. The division symbol is, the minus sign divides the two parts. And now when you remove this common out, what is remaining? 7x squared minus 4y. And over here we have 2a plus 4b minus 5y. So this is the thing. This is it. We have simplified this. We are just trying to simplify as much as possible, grouping like terms, removing the terms out, or something like that. So that is how we can solve these. Now this is a simple one. Over here as well, x square and x square. Group them together, remove it out, y squared separately. So please do these by yourself. Over here you can see a cube, a cube, a cube, b cube, b cube, b cube. So it depends. It's not only x, it can be y as well, or any other alphabet. So this is how we solve it. And then once you solve it, please do check your answers over here. So, okay. Okay, now then. Okay, my presentation is getting hanged a bit. Okay, we are back over here. This is another type of problem. We just now did just simplifying, factoring and simplifying. Now we will do solving, basically finding the x value. This is again simple because you have done this before as well. In calculator, you can directly do this and check the answers, but let's see how we do it naturally. Over here, write this, and then what do we do is make them into two separate terms. We split them up. See, now over here these are small degrees, so let's split them up. It's common. See, 9 and 27 have 3 common and everything. Over here you have big powers, so x cube, x squared, that's separated. And then now here, let's see what is common. Very good. That can be, very good in the sense where it is repeating in both the places. Sorry, I was not getting the right word, which is repetitive term. You can see over here, x to the power 2 is there in both these, because x cube and x square both has x to the power 2. So, and over here 4 is also the common term, so you write 4x square bracket x plus 3. Same thing over here. What is the maximum common factor? That is minus 9 only. So when you remove minus 9 common out, what is going to happen? You're removing 9 over here, minus 9. It goes, x is remaining. And over here, you're remaining with positive 3 because minus 9 is divided. So that's the thing. And then we are just grouping them and we equate all this to 0. Now over here you can write it as 2x whole square minus 3 square. It will be 2x plus 3, 2x minus 3, and over here we are remaining with x plus 3. Now these can be equated to 0 and solved. Okay, I will just tell you how to solve this. Here you need to split each term and equate it to 0. Split in the sense, write this term separately, make it equal to 0. The next term equal to 0 and this term. And then all you need to do is equate. See, all these are equated. find x. Take this to the other side. It's going to be x is equal to minus 3 by 2. That is negative 1.5. Why is that so? Because 3 goes to the other side, it becomes minus 3 and divided by 2. Same thing over here. It goes to the other side, it becomes plus 3 divided by 2, and lastly it's minus 3. These will be the x values. You can see over here, minus 3 by 2, plus 3 by 2, and minus 3. You can double check these answers from your calculator. Mode 5, not 3, it is mode 5 and 4. You can try this by yourselves. So now this is how we can do this type of problems. Then it is not over. This is, yeah, very basic. You need to try and group them and then get these factors and equate it to 0. That is zero product property at the last we did. Now, that's the answers. Please do try these by yourselves. Now, you can do it in various different methods. Now, this one over here, you can remove a common. You're remaining with a squared minus 9a plus 14. Now, inside is quadratic. You know how to solve quadratic. Now, from quadratic, you can easily get the two factors and then a. So, answer would be a equals 0 and the other two factors. So this is how we can do it. Try these by yourselves. Now here it's very simple, but please remember to take this inside. It'll be x cubed minus 3x squared and then simplify it. You can remove x squared common out and then solve it. All the answers are over here. So this is it. So one thing, let me just tell you what happens over here. You can take this to the other side. It'll be x cubed minus 3x squared equals 0. Take x squared common out. X squared is outside. It'll be x minus 3 equals 0. What is the answer? X is equal to x squared is equal to 0. X is equal to positive 3. So now this basically reduces to x equals 0, but you must know there is double answer. The 0 is 2 times. It is x is equal to 0, x is equal to 0. Why is that? Because it's x squared. But we write only once, 0 and positive 3. So similarly, please do solve the others. Over here, you can remove b common out and then solve it. Here also, t is removed common out and then you can solve it. If they're asking just the solutions, uh, don't just do it in calculator. Do the methods, what we just now did, and then solve it because it's a writing part. Now, this is still the 14th. Now, let's go to the last type because the last type is a real world problem. Now let's look over here in the figure. The small cube is 1/4 the length of the larger cube. Can you see the small cube is 1/4 the larger cube? Or over here, since the figure is given, they have told this is 4x, this is x. The small cube is 1/4. That means if this is 1/4 x, the other one is, this one will be x. Okay, other one would be x. Now you can multiply both the sides by 4. This cancels. You will get 4x over here and this will be x. It's the same thing. And then the volume of the figure is given as 1701 cubic centimeters. What are the dimensions of the cube? Now here, see, look at this. The small cube is the hollow space. So the entire cube, if you just cube this or find the volume, 4x into 4x into 4x, that will be 4x the whole cube. You'll get the entire volume. Okay, entire thing. But you do want this hollow space. So remove that out. What do you do is subtract it by x cube. That must be given as 1701. Now you can easily solve it up. So over here, what's going to happen? 64 x cube minus x cube. Now over here, you can just solve it. How? 64 x cube minus x cube. This is 1, right? 64 minus 1 is 63 x cube. Now take 63 to the other side. You're dividing this by 63. 1701 divided by 63 is 27. Last, take cube root on both these sides. You can easily understand 3 cube is 27. So if you take cube root over here, the answer would be 3. Or you can, okay, now over here, this is done in a huge method, but instead of that, all that, you know there'll be only one answer over here because others are all imaginary. What you can do is x cube equals 27. And what is x? X is basically cube root over here, not square root, cube root. It'll be x equals 3. Okay, it'll be positive 3. That would be the answer. Now, even if you solve it other ways, you're going to get the imagined number 3 is the only real solution. So, answer is 3. And now, very important thing. This is 3. What is the dimension of the big one? 3 times 4, it will be 12 over here. So dimension of the cubes, both the cubes, the small one is 3, the big one is 4. You need to find the x value and then substitute and solve. So that is how we do it. Now there is real world over here as well. Let us see this. What have they asked over here? A modern table is constructed with 4 legs made of concrete cubes with cube-shaped notches. Okay. Define one or more variable and write an expression that represents the volume of the one table leg. Okay, I just now, we just now saw the answer, but over here, how we write this is, it's very simple. Now, they have just told, see, this is one main leg, this is of concrete cube, and this is uh, modern table is constructed concrete cube, and these are the notches. So you can see over here, if you look carefully, this concrete cube is the one, see, in gray color, that is the concrete cube. And there is a small cube, hollow cube, that is the notch. So how do you write it in different variables? That is right, take a length, say for example, this over here, this length, you can take it as x of the concrete cube because it's a cube. So all the dimensions are same. What does cube mean? Cube means all the sides are same, right? This is a cube. Okay, the dimensions are same. Okay, that's okay. This is okay. Uh, Let me just go back over here. We have a beautiful cube. What happens? Length, width, and height is the same thing. Sorry, height, length, and width is the same dimension. So that is what over here. If you assume this to be x, and then what do we get? X, x, and x. So this is x cube for the concrete block, but there is a hollow space. So let's take this hollow space notch as y. So it'll be y minus y minus y. So it is minus y cube. That's it. So this is how we get it. Now let's look into the second type of second over here. Here it says Marisol determined that she will use 12,636 cubic inches of concrete to construct the 4 table legs. If the sides of the notches are 40% of the sides of the legs, how long are the sides of the legs? Now it's very simple, but you need to understand everything properly. First of all, they have told this concrete cubes, right? And this notches together for all the 4 legs will be so much. Okay. And they have told this notch, can you see this notches, right? They are 0.4%, sorry, 40%. That means 0.4 times. If the total length is 10, this will be 4. So that is what it means. So how can we understand better? We can write, see now this is x cube. Now this was just for the legs, right? It was just for the concrete leg. Now notches are excluded. Now we are including everything because for the entire thing, for now x cube and y cube was there. Sorry, let me write y cube. Y, this y length would be equal to 0.4 times x because that is what they have told, 40% of the x, right? 40% of it. So y will be equal to 0.4x. Now a new equation would be x cube plus, I'll tell you why it's plus in a minute, 0.4 x cube. 0.4, it's y, the whole cube. That must be equal to what? Now, why is this plus? See, they have told to construct the 4 legs of the sides of the... Okay, now this is the total thing for the entire leg. So you have to include everything. They're not just asking, the only this, say, excluding the notches or anything. Over here, they are told what is with the cube notch. They have told, separate. Where is it? One second. Volume of the table leg. Over here, they are told to exclude it. Like in the sense, we have to write as an equation. So concrete cubes and the notches separately. But now we are dealing with the total volume, isn't it? This is the total volume. But now this is the total volume for all the 4 legs. How would you find the volume for each leg? So 12636 is basically for the entire thing. You must divide this by 4. What is the answer? 12636 divided by 4 would give you 3159. So 3159 is for each block, and this dimension what we are writing is for each block. So that is what we are going to do. 3159. Now don't directly use your calculator and solve. You can use it, I believe. Yeah, you can. We can just try x cube plus 0.4x, close, open the brackets over here, and let's use the cube, equals 3159. Shift and solve, you must get the answer. It is 15.19. Okay, it's very close because it's, you can't take half or something, so approximate it, because you can't take less concrete. If you take 14, it would be an error, because whenever you're constructing something, you would rather take more than less. So this would be the most appropriate answer. But the exact one is over here. Now this is not over. How would you solve manually without the calculator directly? So it's very simple. X cube over here. Now let's see 0.4 cube. That is 0.4 times 0.4 is 0.16 times 0.4 will be 0.064 x cube equals 3159. You must write the step, and then this is x cube plus, okay, let me just do it. This is 1x cube plus 0.0064. That would mean this is 1.064x cube equals 3159. Now all you need to do is you should write in steps, take this to the other side. It'll be 3159 divided by 1.064, that is equal to 2968. But that is not over, that is x cube. You need to take the radical of both, cube root, sorry, of both of this answer basically after dividing this, and then the answer would be shift and answer. I'll just put the answer is so much. So over here I have not done the step. This will go to the other side. Basically this will be 1.064, and then the x value will be 14.5. That is almost to 15. So this is how you basically solve this problem. Now understand what is being asked and then solve it. Only concept over here would be understanding it's 0.4x. That is the thing, and then you can easily solve it up. So that's the thing. Over here, sorry, the same question is being repeated over here. I forgot to delete it over there. But anyways, so that's the same thing. You need to divide this total volume by 4, and then you would get the answer. So make sure you understand, read the question properly, put the correct variables, and then solve it. Don't directly do it in the calculator. This is the writing part. Please make sure you solve it by writing. That's the end of this topic. There are 15 questions and 3 different types. Please go through each type properly because they are not same. They might vary. So please go through them properly, write and practice, and then be thorough with it. The next video would be the final video for this end of term 3 exam. We have reached the final topic, the last topic in the term 3 final exam. Before I continue with the topic, I just want to say that I hope you're benefiting from these videos. I can see many comments. I'm very grateful for them because I can see many of you are asking genuine doubts. That means you're learning. Sometimes it takes me a while to get back to you. I'm sorry for that, but I'll try to get back to you as soon as possible. And just not watching the videos, I want you even to practice it, write and study. Whenever asked to pause the video, please do pause and try it by yourself and then look for the answers. So I hope you're doing the revision very well. Not only just watching the video, even by yourself, you need to practice more and more problems. I want to thank all of you, those who like my videos, who share my videos, who are subscribed to my channel. Every single like, every single subscriber, it means a lot to me. Thank you so much, and I appreciate all of you guys. Now we will go to the last topic. It is about radicals, and it's just adding, subtracting, or multiplying radicals. It's not that difficult, it's easy, but you should know what is radical. Radical is something like this. This is a radical symbol. Now it can be it's called a root symbol as well. It can be a square root if the power is 2, or if it's nothing, it's considered to be 2. It can be an odd radical when it's 3. It can be 4, 5, anything. Now let's see how we will solve this. You're asked to simplify all at once. Anyways, sorry, my animation didn't work well. Over here, you must make sure you can simplify these values. How do we simplify? Is basically, now look over here, 45, right? How can you factor 45? There are various ways to factor 45. Um, One is 9 by 5. The first option that pops to my mind is 9 by 5 because it's having 5. How many times 5? 5 times 9 times 5 is 45. This is the most prominent factor you will get, rather than 15 times 3 is also 45. But okay, if you're thinking about 15 times 3, look over here, you can't get anything as square. This will be a roadblock. So avoid this one. Take another term. Now when I see over here 9, I can write this as 3 square into 5. Now 5 can't be reduced any further, whereas 9 can be reduced as 3 square. So the 6 is out. Over here, you're reducing this by like this. Now same way over here, 4 times 3. 12 is 4 times 3, and you can write 4 as 2 square times 3. 20 is again 4 times 5. So you need to try and dissolve them into smaller factors, and you need to make sure some of the terms can be removed out of the square root. Now if you look carefully, this radical can be splitted. We directly do many steps, but in fact these are all the steps, exact steps. Use the product property of radicals. Basically, this one can be split separately. Okay, now over here you can see this radical cancels with this, whereas over here you can't simplify. This will remain as it is. Square root 5, no, you will get a rational, you will get a decimal number which will be recurring, so don't, just keep it like that. And x will always remain. See, in the last answer also it will just be like that. It might change if you have other terms with the same radical. Let's see the other terms. Over here, square root 2 square, this cancels, it will be just 2 root 3. Here it's 6 multiplied by 3 root 5x, 2 root 3. What about the last term? Minus 3. This becomes 2 root 5. What next? You can see there is root 5 and root 5 over here same. So this is important. Before that, let's multiply all this inside. 6 times 3 is 18, root 5, 2 root 3. See, this root 3 will not be touched because there is no other term that has having 2 root 3. So that will be there in the final answer directly. Whereas over here, this is minus 6 root 5. Now you can do 18 minus 6. What is the answer? 12. So 12 root 5x plus 2 root 3. It is just simple simplifications. That is it. This is how we get the answer. That's the answer. Now you can easily solve them. They're not difficult. They are very, very easy. Now if you're thinking, what just happened over here? Look, they are just simplified it. This root 2 will not change. Whereas this one is 4 root 2. Look, I'll write over here. 8 is 4 times 2. And now 4 is basically 2. So you can write this as 2 square and it goes out 2 root 2. Okay, you need to plus. Now what about 50? You need to think of few factors over here. You can think various factors. Now one factor is 25 into 2. Isn't it? Why 25? Because 25 is root 5. So I can write 5 root 2. And now look at this. All are in terms of root 2. Well and good. I can easily simplify this. 5 plus 2 is how much? 7. 7 plus 1 is 8. So it will be 8 root 2. Yes, that's the answer. So this is how you simplify it. Do it for all the others by yourself. If it's minus, you need to subtract. If it's plus, you need to add it up. Sometimes you may not get all as the same radical. Sometimes it may vary. But here, see now, for example, here, your root 7x and 14. These cannot be solved. They'll remain as it is. Just now we solved this problem, right? Here also there are two terms which cannot be solved. So it depends. Now, if it's numbers, it's pretty easy. You can just resolve, and you can also try using your calculator. So what you can do is you can check. You need to do the steps, at least 3, 4 steps, but you can check the answer in your calculator easily and confirm. That's the thing. Um, Now then, over here again, this animation is a problem. But anyways, you're multiplying. Fine, it's very simple, just that these numbers will be multiplied outside. You can see this 4 and 3 will be multiplied outside. Now over here, since the radical is having the same power, it's very simple. All of this can be written inside, but make sure you're multiplying this with this. So you can see the radical is same, minus 10x square y to the power 6 into 16y power 4 y power 4, x power 4 and y power 4. Now what do you do is you need to simplify the 10, right? Radical 10, it must be simplified. And one more thing, remember, it doesn't matter there is minus 1 or plus 1, because it's an odd power. It's not imaginary, it is proper, okay, because it's odd power. Now then, here 10 is 5 times 2. Okay, that's what it's splitted, and this minus can be written as minus 1. Now look over here, this minus 1 can be split out. Minus 1, sorry, all of them can be split out, right? What is the answer? If you put in the calculator, you will get as negative 1. So that is why we write it and we take it out. See, the final answer will have negative over here. So that's the answer, is it? Okay, again this is hanging, I believe. Anyways, I'll just tell you over here. It is 4 times 3, 12. This radical, we are just multiplying. Then 12 over here is the answer. And now we are splitting all this. Minus 1 is important, so we can remove it out. And what about this x squared, y to the power 4, everything? Okay, I forgot about the 16. What is 16? Now 16 you can write in various ways. The simplest among all is, now since you are 1 2 over here, 16 is 2 to the power 4. You must remember this, because this 2 to the power 4, even 2 to the power 5, you need to keep in your mind. Or you can just easily, just put it in the calculator and find, because these are some important terms, because they'll come handy many times. Okay, 2 to the power 5 is basically 32. Now over here you have 2 and 2 to the power 4. The power adds up, you will have 2 to the power 5 term. So now basically this and this cancels out and you will get a 2 outside. That is the reason why we are doing that. And what about these powers? Always remember this variables. Always remember, whenever you are having variables, you add the power. When you multiply two variables, you add the powers. See, 6 plus 4. Now what is happening is you must be very conscious on this outside radical number. So your main goal is to get everything in terms of 5. Now don't just add this, 4 plus 2 will be 6. No, I will write it as 6 to the power 5 into 6. Why? Because this can be removed out, isn't it? This cancels off and you will get the answers x radical this thing 5. So that's the reason. So you can see the final over here answer. The same thing, what happens is y10, that is fine because it's a multiple of 5. So basically, this is, you will have 2y5 and over here again, y5. So this is what we are doing. Now you will have two of these terms. So that is why we keep them in terms of multiples of 5, because the radical is 5 over here. And then all you need to do is simplify. You can see over here this is simplified, simplified, simplified everywhere. And now wherever the this can be solved, over here this cancels off, this remains, whereas this x and x to the power 5 and root 5 will cancel, and this will be 2. So you're remaining with so much, and that is basically the answer. Now this can't be the answer. Okay, this is the answer. Okay, it's simplified. What is simplified? Basically all the numbers are multiplied. You can use your calculator over here. Minus 12 times 2 is 24, and here you have x and y squared, and what is remaining inside radical? It's your phi and the x, so it is phi x. That is the answer. So similarly, you can try other problems. You can use your calculator at times just to verify, but do these steps. Now the step over here would be writing 3 into 8, then writing everything together. Okay, 10y(z). Now next step would be, what is the answer? We had square root. How can you simplify this? Now, there are many methods. You can do 2 into 5, or you can multiply this 50 and 25 into 2. There are so many, but now the simpler method would be, this can be written as 5, isn't it? It'd be 5 into 5 into 2. Why? 10 is 5 times 2. And then there is y and y, that is y square and z. Now this 5 and to 5 is 5 square. Now look what and all is removed out. 3 into 8 is 8 3 is a 24. 5 is removed out, multiply by 5, multiply by y, and you're remaining with 2z. So the final answer would be 120. 24 times 5 is 120, y root 2z. So that's the answer. Similarly, please do try the others. They are very straightforward. Once you understand the concept, it is really, really straightforward. Okay, then we have some real world problem. These are again same because you're just adding or multiplying, you know. Now you can see over here, there are two trampoline runways at gymnastic practice facility. Both runways are root 3 meters wide. Okay. One is 6 root 3 meter long and the other is 5 root 3 meter. What is the area? Now, how do you find the area? Area is multiplication. So this is the length and you just multiply it over here. Let me do it in the calculator. But now here you must remember one thing. When you read it, you understand both runways. See, now this is one runway and this is one more runway. Okay, this is the running area. They're both root 3 meters wide. This is length. But one of the length, sorry, this is width. Length over here is 5 root 2 and 6 root 3. So the length varies. So you need to solve the total area. That means you need to add this. So your equation would be, you should draw this basically, a simple diagram. And then you need to write the area of this is 5 root 2 into root 3 plus 6 root 3 into root 3. I'll just do it directly in the calculator now. 5 root 2 times root 3 plus, sorry, it should be outside, plus 6 root 3 times root 3. The answer is 18 plus 5 root 6. That's the answer. Now over here, you're just doing, but you need to do it just how we have done. Okay, make sure we do it by the methods. And the last one is a simple one, so you need to do this by yourself. Now, read the problem properly. It says that Jayla walks 5 blocks north. You need to know north, south, east, west. And from here, you need to do a Pythagoras theorem. Okay. Now, since this Pythagoras theorem, I'll just do this because it's not that hard, but I'll do this one. You need to know the diagram. Make sure when you're writing this in the final exam, do the diagram and then solve. Here, north is up, east is right, south is down, and west is left. And let's read this. Jayla walks 5 blocks north. 5 blocks north. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So whatever is this distance would be 5. And then 8 blocks east. So over here, imagine this is 8. So you can take this as x and this as y. It's fine. So this over here, 8. So 8 comma 5 would be the coordinates, but that's not required. Now, what else? Get to the library. Okay. Now this one and this one. Let me write it clear. Okay, no, let me just change the colors. So let me just remove all the unnecessary things. Okay. Uh, let me draw it in blue. This is 5 and this one was 8. Okay. This is 5. Now, if Jayla could walk in a straight line to the library instead, how far would it be? So it's just that if this would be the straight distance, straight, the Pythagoras theorem comes over here. What is this x? You can find that by finding the square root of the x-axis and the y-axis. Sorry, x and y, or the other two sides. Because since this is a 90 degrees, this will be a hypotenuse. Whenever you get a direction problems, north, south, east, west and stuff, it'll be root of 5 square plus 8 square. Just put it in the calculator. You need to write this, and then 5 squared is 25 plus 64. Sorry, 8 squared is 64. You will get square root of 89. Okay, square root 89 is the answer. But is this over? Yes, this is the shortest distance. But they have told one important thing. Each block over here, each block is 5 into root 10. So this is the dimensions, but each block, that 5, the unit is this. So all you need to do is multiply this by 5 root 10. Multiply 10 into 89, it will be 890. So this will be multiply 89 into 5 root 10, and that is your final answer. But you need to write in steps. That's the only thing. A simple diagram and writing this would give you full marks. So this is how you would solve this problem. And that is basically the last problem. That's it for the end of term 3 final exam, all the Heikel topics. There are 2 more topics which can be anything. That's the bonus topics, anything from um, the term 3 objectives. You can go to the playlist and check some of the videos which I've done for all the lessons. If you have time, please go through them, because you can just recall and revise. It's helpful for the bonus, but other than that, the 23 topics, similar topics will come. It may not be the same, the values may change. So all the best. I'm sure you all will do well. I hope that everyone gets great marks. Whatever marks, how much effort you put, your marks will be equivalent to that. Please go through this and do share this channel, this videos to your friends who can benefit from it. And please do subscribe to my channel as well. It would mean a lot to me. Thank you guys, and all the best for your exams.